accreditation training. So glad that you could join us and that you're patient with us in this new normal of Zoom and Microsoft Teams and meetings we have going across the country. Before we get started, I wanted to say over the next 2 days, you'll hear from 6 or 7 of us, subject matter experts dealing with registration and council operations and some folks from IT. Oh, I can now see my picture up there. I took a look at the list of everybody that signed up, and I know that we have some registrars that are brand new that may have been on the job for a week. We have some from larger councils where there's multiple ones attending, so welcome. And then I saw some that aren't technically registrars, but professional scouters. A shout out to Nathan Cunningham. I saw his name on the list, so welcome. What we're going to try to do in some parts of the presentation, we may have more than one presenter that will chime in to either give an alternative best practice or a clarification. So we might not always be standing up here staring into a camera, but we do want to try to make it as personal as possible. A little bit of the ground rules. As you notice already, all of you are muted. We have a very large class, about 40 of you from across the country. So when questions come up, don't be shy about entering those questions on chat. We do have staff here that are reviewing those, and hopefully through this program, we're going to be able to address 95% of all the questions in regular day-to-day operations of being working with registration in a local council. The reason I said 95% and not 100% is there are always exceptions to every rule. And what we're hoping to do is to cover all of the rules, but we realize that there are exceptions. And those exceptions are also sometimes better just one-on-one. They don't come up very often, and we don't want to go down any rabbit holes and waste your time on something that may happen 1 out of 500 youth applications that you touch. So we want to keep focused on the main things and moving us forward. We also may have a slight change in the schedule tomorrow afternoon on lunchtime. We're hoping that we might be able to make that a working lunch. Our new CEO, Roger Mosby, has scheduled a town hall meeting for the employees here at the national office that we have been asked to either participate in or at least to sit in on. That starts at 2 o'clock tomorrow. So if things go well, we still we'll make all the time to answer as many questions, if not all of them, that we can. But there might be a chance to wrap up this schedule by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Central Time. I'm going to start off with just a quick overview. And I know this may be redundant for some, but there's a point or two in here that I wanted to stress. What you're seeing right now is the role of the local council, how local councils are organized, how local councils are asked to follow the charter and bylaws and rules and regulations. And on that topic, we'll be making reference to the registration guidebook and some of our policies and procedures that are in place to protect the health, safety, well-being, not only of every youth and adult, but your organization as a separate local council, and protect the national office of the Boy Scouts of America. There's approximately 260 local Boy Scout councils. They come in all different shapes and sizes. There are councils with 2 full-time employees. There's councils with over 100 full-time employees. So it varies quite a bit. The local councils deliver the scouting program in the communities in that service area, your council boundaries, whatever they are. And as I said, they're all shapes and sizes. Here in Texas, there are 26 separate Boy Scout councils, yet Montana, for the most part, is one Boy Scout council. It usually follows around the population of that given territory. Within your council, you will be divided into districts, sometimes sub-districts, which will generally have a district executive or a district director that are supporting each of those individual units and hopefully starting new units and recruiting new youth to grow our programs. And then there's the bottom of the last bullet point down there. It references about, in addition to district executives, in most councils, they'll have supervisors. In larger ones, you'll have field directors or directors of field service, all working to grow the scouting program. The one thing I wanted to add to this slide, all of those 260 councils are supported by the National Office of the Boy Scouts of America. None of you work for the National Office of the Boy Scouts of America. In fact, we work for you. And that's why you'll be able to meet several of us over the course of the next 2 days, each talking on a little point. But we are resources here. One of the main reasons we have a national office is to support the local councils. We are here to serve you. So I wanted to make sure that you all are our bosses. And we take that seriously. And we want to be able to be available 24/7 to answer any questions, needs that you have. And you'll also find out neighboring councils and neighboring registrars are also, those with experience, can also provide a wealth of information. With that, I want to thank you, and I'm going to pass this off now. And we're going to talk a little bit about, in more specifics, the role of the registrar.
Hi, for just real quick, stay up here a moment, Tom. Oh. Tell us a little bit about you. So we just
I'm so sorry.
We have a lot of experience here today to help support you. So Tom, tell us a little bit about you and your career with the BSA.
Okay, that was in my notes. My apologies. I gave my name. Just a quick background. I've been a professional scouter for over 30 years. I grew up through the program, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, Eagle Scouts, summer camp staff. I've been a district executive, a field director, worked on the finance side, and was a scout executive. I've spent 28 years of the 30 in local councils, dealing with registration from bringing in youth to fixing defective charters. My role as an executive was to never, ever, ever turn in an application or a recharter that had anything defective on it. I hope you have that same experience, but experience shows that things get missed and things do change over time. It's like requirements for a new youth protection training, a certificate or criminal background check. Since I've been a scout executive, we've opened up Cub Scouts to girls. I did not deal with that, unfortunately, because I'm the father of 4 daughters who would have absolutely loved being active official Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, but I can say they spent more time at Boy Scout camp with me than we spent at Girl Scout camp. But 2 great programs, but I think some interesting changes, and that will be one other thing that you'll learn as a registrar. Changes do come up. We do change policies, procedures, and we're going to touch on some of those today. So Sandy Trevino, thank you so much for pointing that out, and I apologize for my mishap.
No, you forgot to tell the most important thing. The most important thing that just happened in your life. That's huge.
Oh.
Wow.
Last week I became a grandfather for the first time. So after raising 4 daughters, I now have a grandson. So I'm already checking my watch. I think it's going to be about 6 years till I get to be either a Tiger Cup partner, but I think I know that if I show up at a joining night in a uniform, I think I've got Cupmaster probably written somewhere here that a young district executive or a volunteer or unit commissioner is going to say, oh, we're going to need your leadership. And besides, it's only 1 hour a week. So with that, now we'll go on to the role of the registrar.
1 hour a week. Thank you all for joining us. I also want to introduce y'all to Trey. He's the man back here running everything. He is with Scouting U. He also is a professional scouter that worked in our council in Lubbock. What's that? Southwest Plains Council? South Plains Council. And he has joined us. How long have you been here, Trey?
Since January.
Since January, yeah. So he's new and he's helping us. I know y'all are used to Martez. Martez has moved back to a council. He's in St. Louis. So also we have Donna Arnold here. So those of you that know me that have taken this course before, many of y'all are brand new. So let me introduce myself, Sandy Trevino. I've worked at the Boy Scouts of America for 38 years. That whole 38 years, I have been involved in membership. So in different aspects of membership throughout the organization. And I recently moved from being the national registrar to working in our membership standards team, dealing directly with membership standards issues and working on the bankruptcy. So you're used to contacting me, and I've now moved to a different position, and I'm not as available. I'm tied up with my new role. So any of you that have questions, you know, you can always call Member Care, and Member Care will reach out to the membership growth team or to Donna Arnold to try to get the answer. So this will be my last registrar training, which you're going to be in great hands because Donna and I used to do this training together when we went around to all the different regions and held training face-to-face. Some of you might have seen us face-to-face at some of the trainings before. So this is the first time we're having a training that's completely online with nobody here in the classroom. So bear with us, and we have new equipment. We're in a new building. So bear with us if we have any technical issues. So I'm going to go ahead and move along. In the beginning here, and when Donna comes up, I'm going to let her introduce herself and talk all about herself. So I have five kids, 3 sons that were all in scouting, and my 2 daughters were tag-along scouts and worked at summer camp. And for all of you long timers, you know, scouting is just one of those things that gets in your blood and it just stays there. Your role as the registrar is the gatekeeper. So you are processing all those registrations for people that are joining scouting or re-registering in scouting. So your records are the official source of information. So it's your responsibility to ensure that registrations get posted in a timely manner, that so that families are welcomed, kids start receiving their magazines quickly, adults start getting their scouting magazine quickly, your membership totals. New members and leaders and re-registered members and leaders are in your membership totals. Everything is correct. We have a lot of new tools now with the online registration. So, but you're a key staff member, not only for entering membership, you've got to know all the rules and regulations, all the policies and procedures. Your professional staff, your DEs, your scout executive, they're going to come to you looking for you to know this information. So before joining this class, you should have went online and taken the registrar core competencies. That is the hands-on training. So this training is more about policies and procedures, rules and regulations. The how do I do this in ScoutNet was the online training that you should take. If you haven't taken it yet, please go take it. It's in My BSA under the knowledge base tab, and it's registrar core competencies. So you are, again, like I said, the key resource to professional staff, but also your units. They're going to be calling you. They're going to come in. They've got questions. What do I do about this advancement? So-and-so's Eagle. I don't have all my CBC authorization forms. So you are a very integral part of scouting in your community. You are also a resource for helping volunteers with online tools. Internet recharting, online registration, Scout Book, My BSA, Be a Scout, and so on. So what are some of your major functions? Now, Tom talked a little bit about how every council is different. We have councils with 2 employees, councils with 100 employees. So we're going to talk to you about basic registrar functions. It could be that you wear many hats and you are the registrar / fundraising clerk. You could be trading post / registrar, but we're going to talk about the main registrar functions here. So you receive registrations, and some of those registrations you receive now are online. You verify that all the appropriate fees have been collected. You make sure that you have all the paperwork, all the signatures. You make sure that everybody's had the appropriate training. So youth protection training for all adults. Your council might also require that people take leader-specific training before you post them. You're going to enter it into the ScoutNet system, post it, verify that you're posting it for the correct amount of money that you received. You're going to receive some manual pays. That will be changing here really soon. We're going to stop the manual pay option in online registration, but we'll talk about that a little later. You're going to submit new adult applicants for a criminal background check. Key part of your job. In some very large councils, it might be somebody else in your council that is the CBC administrator, but most councils, it is the registrar, and you have to make sure that you're submitting them often. So when you're really busy, school night or renewal time, you think, I don't have time to do that. You don't have time not to do that. CBCs are an integral, very important part of ensuring that we are keeping Scouts safe. So if you have somebody sitting there that you haven't submitted for a background check, they're meeting with kids already. So you want to make sure you get those done quickly. You also need to maintain the registration files. So we'll talk a little bit about retention of files and how you can retain them, which ones you have to keep forever, which ones for a couple of years. You're going to prepare renewal instructions and get the access codes to units when it's time for them to renew. You also produce reports. You assist your professional staff and your volunteers. You order forms and make sure you have enough applications on hand. And you might also possibly submit Eagles and enter achievements and enter training if you're a very small council. There are a lot of resources that are available to you. So you not only have the national office as a resource, we have some online resources for you. When you log into MyBSA, on the homepage, if you go to resources, there is a link just for you called registration resources. There's also scouting forms. Almost every form we have that you can get in paper form, you can also get online. When you go to registration resources, this is where you're going to find your registration guidebook, which is, it was new last year, and everybody in your council that has anything to do with the registration, your DEs, your Scout executive, you, anybody should have printed this book and read it front to back, top to bottom, front to back, however you want to look at it. It is part of the membership validation now. So it's no longer a membership validation. It's called membership ethics, and it's an online training that everybody must take. So at the time you took it last year, it was good for 18 months, and then you'll have to take it again every January. So not this January. Yes, this January. You didn't have to take it this past January, but January 2021, you'll have to take it again, the online training. That replaces membership validation. But this is also where you can find things like the online registration, council and district guidebooks. This is where you can find the order form for ordering applications and for refund requests. How do I change the tenure of this unit? How do I get a social security number exemption for this individual that doesn't have a social security number? Here are all the registration forms that are available to you online. So this is through MyBSA, so it's only available to you as a council employee. On scouting.org, many of the registration forms are available there. So that means on scouting.org, all volunteers, anybody, even non-volunteers, have access to go print the forms, or some of them are fillable forms that are available on scouting.org. Again, registration guidebook totally replaces the Registrar Procedures Manual and Youth Serving Executives Guide to Registration. So if you still have those, just get rid of them. So many things changed. So this is now a one book for all. So Registrar doesn't have a separate book and your DEs have a separate book. So this isn't a how do I use ScoutNet book. This is the registration rules and regulations. So it is a companion piece to the BSA's charter and bylaws and rules and regulations. And you'll see it looks very similar to that because these three books are your main truth. One true source of exceptions and any rules and requirements. If you're looking to see if you can put an application on a flyer and you don't find it in here, then no, there are no exceptions. If you say, oh, but our area director said we could do it. No, if it's not in this guidebook, if it's not one of the exceptions outlined in this guidebook, it is. So when this guidebook came out, every exception went away except for what's in this guidebook. I can't say that enough. This is your one true source. So make sure that you carefully review it and make sure when you have new DEs that you are printing it out and or directing them where to go and look at it top to bottom. It's also your resource when you have somebody coming to you, whether it's a volunteer or it's a district executive, they're wanting to do things differently. And you can go back and say, nope, it says right here that we must have this. No, it says that only these exceptions to signatures are acceptable. So learn all the exceptions. Also, the ScoutNet flash page, you should look at that every single day. I know we get used to logging in very quickly. We just go here, click program. Stop, pause, look at the date. Is there anything new? This is where you as a registrar are going to see when there are some major changes. You know, there are a lot of ways that we communicate with councils, and the biggest way that we communicate changes to councils is the weekly Scout Executive Council packet. This goes to your Scout Executive, Deputy Scout Executive, your Assistant Scout Executives, Director of Field Service, and they are supposed to filter this down to their staff. So this sometimes might not happen if somebody's on vacation or for whatever reason. So we try to also post very major things here on the flash page. But if there's stuff that's happening and you're like, how did I not know that? Then go to your Scout Executive or go to your supervisor and say, hey, I understand the Scout Executive gets a weekly packet. Can you make sure that if there's anything registration related, that gets passed on to me? So there, the other place to find information is there is the Brian's blog, there's Workplace, and they're really driving everybody to Workplace. Many of you have already joined the Registrar group. Now just know that that is a peer-to-peer group. And there are things that are posted so registrars can talk to each other and get information from each other. But occasionally you'll see Wendy Shaw or Teresa Condon or Mandy Nora or somebody, you know, might also post something there. If they see a lot of chatter about it and they want to give you all the information, you'll see it posted there. So if you're not on Workplace, you need to get on Workplace. You need to join the Registrar group. And that is your best source of information, peer-to-peer. Talk to your other registrars. How do they handle these type of issues? I just kind of want to go back to this just a little bit because I get a lot of emails and comments about why don't you send this directly to registrars? The problem is we don't have a list of all the registrars. And in Outlook, we can send to everybody listed as registration assistant. That doesn't mean assistant registrar. That means that you're a registrar. Registration assistant job title is the HR job title for registrars. But you're not all listed as registration assistant. Some of you are listed as office manager, or you might be listed as fundraising clerk, but hey, guess what? I'm also the registrar. So we have no way of doing that. And for a little while, we tried to maintain a spreadsheet of all the registrars. Well, guess what? They change and they move, and then I was get emails, hey, put me on the list, and then I'd send it out, and then they'd say, hey, so-and-so's not here, you should have sent it to so-and-so. It's just not manageable for one person. And that's all there is one person. There's just me. There's just Donna. And I know if I can do math, that's two, isn't that, Donna? But,
And if we put all the years together, how many is that?
you
being the most years.
A whole lot of years. So, yes, so, but she's in council services, I'm in membership standards. So there's just no way one person can manage that kind of list. So, okay, we're gonna put everything for everybody in this one packet to the boss of every council. And the boss of every council is responsible to make sure that their staff is getting the information they need to do their job. All right, that's all I'm going to say about that. So let's go on to registration forms. So, you know, we think, okay, it's 2020. Why do we still have so much paper? We just do. So we still live in this very paper environment. We've had internet rechartering for 15 years and we don't have 100% of units using internet rechartering. There's reasons why. There's very rural areas. There's dial-up. People can't do internet rechartering through dial-up. There are communities that just don't have computers in their household. So we're never going to be paperless. We're just not. And even with online registration, boom, you'd think as soon as we came out with online registration, which has been several years now, we don't even have it. We don't even have 50%, nowhere near 50% of people using online registration. It baffles me because it's so much easier. You put all your private information in, doesn't have to get passed around on an application, but we just don't. We have a unique set of individuals in scouting, and they are very friendly, face-to-face, community, filling out applications, fellowshipping together, and you're just not going to do away with paper forms. But we do want you to remember that while they don't cost you anything as a council, they are a cost to the organization. So we ask that you just keep a 3-month supply of applications. So I'm talking about new unit applications, adult leader applications, the youth applications. So you can order them as many times as you need to. But there are times that we're going to say, do you really need 200,000 youth applications? So just be conscious of that. There's also times where we continue to use applications. Something may change, but the organization decides that we are going to continue to use up the stock that we have on hand because it is such a huge cost to this organization. So just remember, be thrifty. Try to order once a month, try to keep a 3-month supply. When you submit your orders, here's who you should submit them to, membership forms at scouting.org, and they'll get shipped to you. Yes, we're still using up the 2019 forms, adult application forms, or 2018, not sure which version they are. We are continuing to use those up.
Hey, Sandy.
Yes.
So one of the questions is, are they going to have the applications available in June?
For the adult leaders?
Yeah, I'm assuming it just says new applications. So, you know, they're still available digitally. You can pull them off.
I really don't know the answer to that, Donna. I know that we're going to use up the stock we have. How
Right.
much stock we have left, I'm not sure. So I can't guarantee you if you order adult applications, you're going to get the new ones. You may still get the old ones, but we're going to use the stock we have until we run out because of the cost, extreme cost there is to the organization. I know that puts some burden on you because, hey, I've got to get a new disclosure authorization for everybody before I can post their renewals. But it is a decision that upper management made, and it's totally because of cost.
There's
Yes.
another question that they had asking if they can multiple themselves as a registration assistant if they have other titles.
Okay, so here's the deal. Registration assistant is not a position in ScoutNet. It's your HR job code. So whatever your your boss puts your HR job code in to the HR system. So it's not a position you're registered in ScoutNet. So we're not doing mass mailings anymore to registration assistant. So you could ask your boss to change your job title in the HR system, but I wouldn't, because we're not doing mass emails to registration assistant anymore. We will send them to the Scout executive, and the Scout executive is responsible for filtering that down. Okay. Okay, let's go over change request forms real quick. So this first part we go over very quickly because we want to get on to the meaty stuff. But there are times where you might make a mistake in ScoutNet, or a unit made a mistake when they gave you their renewal and you posted it and you need to make a change. Some things you can change in ScoutNet, some things you can't. If it involves any kind of fees where the system would calculate or generate fees, you can't change them. But most things can be changed here at the national office. So let's go over those forms. Now, they are found on MyBSA under your registration resources page. So when you have changes, you're going to email them to correspondence@scouting.org, except for Social Security number exemptions and youth protection training exemptions. Those come to membership standards. So let's look at the different forms. So you have the registration and refund request. So in 2015, the BSA decided there was no longer going to be refunds on registration fees. So if you join your kid up in baseball and halfway through they decide they don't like it, you don't get a refund from Little League. Same thing here. It's really an administrative fee. The registration fee is an administrative fee, and we don't refund anymore. But if you as a council made a mistake and posted somebody as paid that should have been multiple, we aren't going to say, sorry, Terry, you're going to have to take that out of your paycheck. No, you can fill out the registration refund request for, like a duplicate registration, because they should have been a transfer, or they should have been multiple, or just flat a registration error. I hit renewal and I forgot to take so-and-so and so-and-so off. Then you will make the correction in ScoutNet, meaning you will go in and expire the registration and then send this registration refund request form, and we'll go ahead and do any changes we need to and then send you the refund. So if you enter somebody in a wrong unit, don't expire them and put them in the new unit, just transfer them. And most of the time when you transfer, there's no fee. So if there's online registration errors, or errors to council paid registration, I'm sorry, not online registration, there's a separate form for council paid registration refund request. So if you neglected to go in and mark a unit as council paid, and you didn't mark it with a Scout Reach special interest code, and you paid the full rate instead of the, which currently today, as we're talking, it's about to change. If you paid the $33 rate instead of the $24 rate, then you need to go in and you need to mark it as council paid on unit maintenance. The very first tab that comes up, the unit tab, put a check mark in council paid, put the 0416 for Scout Reach in the special interest code, and then you can send this form in to get the refund difference between the $24 per person and $33 per person rate. So sometimes you may post a unit, maybe all your units in your council expire in December or in January. You got this brand new unit in December and it's supposed to be for 13 months and oops, it defaulted to 12 months. I didn't notice it. I posted it, but I need it to expire with all my other units. This is the form that you're going to fill out. If you owe us money, if it means that you should have paid one more month extra, then we're going to say, cut us a check and send us this form and the check, and we're going to extend the expiration date. Sometimes we might owe you money back, so we'll change it. If it should have been 11 months instead of 13 months and we change it, we will send you the money back. Adult and youth member effective date change. Really, to be honest, I would only ever use this for youth in a troop. It's the only time that their start date is critically important if they are working towards Eagle. If you posted somebody, if they really joined in June, went to summer camp, unit didn't turn in the application until August, they paid from August forward, and it's a Cub Scout, I would just let it go. That tenure is not going to matter. Same thing with an adult. Tenure is not going to matter. But if it's vitally important to them, then you can send in this form. If it's going to require more money, again, you need to cut a check. Send us a check for the additional fees along with this form, and we'll go in and change the effective date. So whenever somebody joins, that's their effective date. If they fill out an application on June 13th, and the unit doesn't bring it in until August, the effective date is June 13th. The registration fees should be collected from June 13th. They've been active since June 13th, since they filled out their application. So it's not when the unit brings the application in, it's when the kid joined up, parents signed it, filled out the application, and they became active. Every once in a while, you'll need to expire a unit. Doesn't happen very often, but there might be a time that, maybe your scout executive has pulled the charter for this unit and we need to get it off the books. Or if a unit just is defunct, you just leave it there, let it drop, die a natural death. But if it is revoked, the whole unit is revoked, removed, or found to be not a valid unit, then you'll fill out this expiry unit request. We don't give a refund for any of that. If it was not a valid unit, shame on that DE who filled out the paperwork. If the unit's charter is pulled, we're not giving a refund because we're not giving the unit the money back if the unit is revoked and the charter is pulled. Unit tenure change request. Excuse me, sorry about that. If a unit comes in and says, hey, we're getting ready to celebrate our 100th anniversary, but our charter only says 98 years, this is the form that you're going to fill out. You could actually go in to unit maintenance and make the correction, but you need to send us the form because there are reports that are run every month that shows how many units we have that are 100 years, how many units we have that are 50 years, how many units we have that are 75 years, and so on. And if suddenly that changes, our executive board says, wait a minute, why do we have 3 more units this month than we had last month? We need to have this form and have something on file to be able to say, oh, because these units were corrected. So don't change the tenure or the original charter date. Send this form in to correspondence@scouting.org. Let us do that. Now, it's up to your council how much you want to research this. Me, personally, if your scout executive says give them 100 years, scout executive signs this, we're going to change it. We're not going to ask you to prove it. There is no key to the national office. If a unit's been around for 98 years and they say we've been around for 100 years, 98 years is a lot of time. Give them the 100 years. There's nothing special than a pin or a patch that they're going to wear. So I wouldn't stress a unit out. I wouldn't ruin those relationships over tenure. Now, of course, if your scout executive says no, then they have their reason for saying no. But for the most part, when you get this, take it to your scout executive. If they say, sure, sign it, don't ask them for all that proof. Don't stress yourself out. Don't stress them out. Just send it in and let us change it. Learning for life, demographic adjustment changes. Really simple. Sometimes you put it in and I meant to say, oh, I need 25 extra kids in this existing group, but I accidentally put 250, didn't charge you anything. There's no refund. You don't owe us money. We don't owe you money, but you can't go in and change it. simply fill out this form and tell us, for this Learning for Life group, there needs to be this many males, this many females, and we go in and correct it for you. Credits and debits. So if a change is going to require more money, we're going to contact you and have you send us a check before we even make the change. If we owe you money, they cut checks once a month and you're going to get it. Now, here's what I'll tell you. If you filled out a registration refund request, make a copy of it, give it to your bookkeeper, because every month we get phone calls. Still, every month we get phone calls from bookkeepers. I got this check for $125 and I don't have any idea what it's for. Well, in the notes, it always says registration refund, but there's only a limited space they can put on that check. So it's not going to list out what the unit is, what the person's name is. So just make a copy of the form, give it to the bookkeeper that they can check off when the refund comes in. There also are some councils that have unit accounts or custodial accounts. Some councils don't do it, some councils do. So it's not a bank account, it's just a deposit account. And this is where you could put a refund. If you need to refund a unit, you put it in their unit deposit account. It's a great place that councils can use. If popcorn sells, hey, we're putting all the money in your unit deposit account. We don't have to cut all these checks. So units can put their registration fees. They can put any of their fees in there if they like, and use it for purchasing at the store, use it for paying for camping fees. They can come in and request a check to be cut from the council if your council decides that they can do it once a month, or we do it every Tuesday. So it's not a bank account, it's just a deposit account. If your council uses them, they're a great thing. If your council has chosen not to do that, that's okay also. So can't charge a unit any funds for doing this for them because it's not a bank. So you need to make sure though that you get a form every single year at renewal time, and anytime they make any major changes in their unit, they need to be instructed that they need to fill out a new form that you keep on file at the council office that says who has access to these funds. You know, who are generally it's 3 people. 3 people in the unit have access to the funds. Any questions so far?
Yes. We had a question. Somebody was asking about online registration and refunds, how that process worked.
So online registration and refunds, we'll talk about that more when we have somebody coming tomorrow to talk about online registration. But for them, we're going to stop manual pay. We're going to have just credit card pays, and we're going to automate some of those refunds. If the application isn't accepted by the council, the unit or the council within 30 days, boom, a refund's automatically going to go out. There's times you go into online registration and you can click a button as a registrar to say refund this person. So we will have somebody going over that in detail tomorrow.
Perfect. And then what is the current council paid fee? Is it changing in the fall?
It is changing, so it's currently $24. And we're about to talk about all the fee changes here real quick. But currently today, it's $24.
Okay, and then finally, somebody said that where does the refund invoice get sent? They said they've never gotten a copy reconciled.
Goes to the bookkeeper. So it doesn't go to the registrar, it will go to the bookkeeper. All right, so now I'm going to introduce Donna.
Was it my turn?
I am going to continue talking about.
I'll go if you want.
Continue talking
I
about
try to do
maintaining
this so I
files.
keep track of that part of it.
Okay, so all right, let's talk about maintaining files. This is another big part of your job. You know, we're not in a paperless world, and you need to make sure you keep current files right there readily accessible. Your current files are this year and the past 2 years. Those are the files that are accessed the most. These files have very private information, so they've got to be in a secure environment. Preferably a locked file cabinet, but if you as the registrar have your own office that the door shuts and locks, if you leave your office or at night, you can lock the door, nobody else is going in there, you don't have to have locking file cabinets. If they are not, then you must have locking file cabinets. So the access to these current files has to be controlled. Everybody does not get to look at them. The DEs don't just get to come in and rummage through your files. You have a forever retention on all applications. You know, you are the gatekeeper, remember? They're in your control. So there are times where you might let a DE come in and look at files while they're there in your office. If they need something, then you can make a copy of it. If you need to make a copy of some of these applications for the DE, I would take a black marker and cross out their social security number. So you're the gatekeeper. So here's what we recommend. Your council might have found a different way to do this, but here is what we have found from years of practice, how you should arrange your files to better manage and allow people to go in and look at files if they need to in a more efficient manner. And that is to arrange your files numerically. So, and keep them together. So if you have a chartered organization that sponsors a pack, a troop, a crew, a ship, a post, I would keep them all together. Some of you may have all packs are over here, all troops are over here, all crews are over here. That's okay also, but this is our recommendation, that you're going to keep 2 folders. So if, for pack 10, you're going to use separate colors for your packs, your troops, your crews, your ships, your posts, just for the ease of being able to find them quickly. Keep 2 folders so you have your current year, and then the past 2 years are in the folder behind. So current year and past 2 years, and 1 for all your expire rosters. If you're keeping your expire rosters there, I would have 3 folders. This actually says 2 folders. From my experience, and what makes it easier for a registrar, most registrars do not keep their expire rosters here in their current file. They move all their expire rosters either digitally and scan them, or you have your expire rosters somewhere else because, hey, I don't have that much room in my office. So if your expire rosters are going somewhere else, great. I would keep my current year in 1 folder and my last 2 years in the 2nd folder. So if you allow volunteers access to expire rosters for unit research, that also makes it easier. So expire rosters don't have social security number, doesn't have the year of birth. They're don't include driver's license. They're just a lot, which word I want to use? I can't use my words this morning. So you can allow a volunteer to come in and look at expire rosters because it doesn't have all this PII information on it. So if you have your expire rosters here, you cannot let somebody come in and just access these current files because you also have applications with social security numbers and such. So that's another good reason why you would want to keep your expire rosters somewhere else. So there's times where a unit comes in and says, hey, we're about to have our 75th anniversary. We want to invite some of our past Scoutmasters, and they want to go in and look at expire rosters to find that. So here's what you should have in your current file. So your current file, the materials in your current file should include the current year's activity, the file behind it, it would be the past 2 years. So what's in your current file? All of this stuff, your annual charter agreement form, your current unit charter renewal documents, and whether you decide to do it forward to backwards or backwards to forward, that's up to you. Me personally, the very first thing I'd have in there is their annual charter agreement, their charter renewal, any applications. And then after I posted the renewal, I would print a roster, which you're supposed to do. Many of you probably don't know that. I would print a roster and I would put it behind that. Then behind that roster, so I have my annual charter agreement, charter renewal information, and applications that were turned in, any special authorizations if I have new kids in this renewal that maybe are youth with disabilities, have that in there, and then I have my roster after I post the renewal. Then everything after that is going to be additional enrollment applications or any new special authority documents, registration, funding request, if it's council paid membership, and then the very last thing is the expire roster. Personally, my expire rosters would go somewhere else because I'm saving them so that people can access them. Or better yet, I would never print expire rosters. I would generate them and I would print them to a PDF and save them online. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. So just remember as you're digitizing your files, if you are, you still have to have your current files in paper form. All right, so history files. History files, because we have a forever retention. The best thing is to start digitizing it. And I would start with this year's stuff. So when this year becomes, when my third year in my current file is now going to become history file, that's the stuff I'm going to start scanning. Eventually, hopefully, I can have somebody come in and scan all my history files. But from this, make a goal, from this year forward, I'm not putting anything else in the basement. I'm not sending Trey to camp to put any more boxes up there in the top of the cabins, in the attics of the cabins. I'm going to start digitizing it right now. And eventually, I need to get that old stuff because guess what? That's your council's history and it's being destroyed. Mice are chewing on it, fires are burning it up, floods are drowning it, so save your council's history. So offsite storage places can be very expensive, but it's an option for you. If you happen to say, hey, we got a really big building with this huge basement, fine, but make sure that you're storing them in a manner that they're very secure. If you're in a place where it could flood, put them in something that's really protecting them. So start this year with your oldest, your fourth year, that's about to move out of your current files. Let's get them scanned and not store them in paper files anymore. So what is it that I have to keep forever? I got to keep my applications. Do I have to keep my charter renewal rosters forever? No, but your applications you do. Your CBC authorization disclosures, you do. So let's look at what I got to keep forever. Expire rosters, applications, your CBC authorizations. So the most current CBC authorization. If somebody's been registered for many years and they've filled out new applications and I have 5 CBC authorizations, you don't need all 5 of them. Keep the most current. We used to say keep the oldest. That's wrong. Now we know. Keep the most current because of changes to the disclosures. So your CBC authorization forms, you can scan those. You need to make sure you know what you're doing, that you're scanning them in PDF and you're naming them in an alphabetical way, that they're easily searchable, or just say, hey, I'm always going to keep my CBC authorizations in paper form because I need to access them quickly. If I need to resolve a defective, I only need 1 per person. We're not talking about files and files and files and files of CBC authorization forms.
Hey, Sandy.
Yes.
So I'm going to scan all this stuff and save it digitally, and I'm not sure how to save it. What's the best way? Year, district, unit type? What would be the best way for me to digitally save those?
So I'm about to talk about that, but the best way to do it is by year. So when you're looking for something, if anybody calls you, they say, was Trey Smith registered in 1998? You're going to look for it in 1998. They're going to know the person's name that we're looking for. And your council executive has been asked repeatedly over the past more than 6 months now for historical files. We know their name, but we don't know their unit. We don't know their chartered organization, and we might not know exactly the year. So this has been very difficult because I'm sure your scout executive has come to you as the registrar and said, I need you to go search the files and try to find those. So we sometimes say, we're able to say in the mid-70s. So that's why I'm saying I would store it by year. And we're going to talk about that more in here in just a minute. So the important thing is to keep your current file 3 years. After that, digitize it all. CBC authorization forms, got to keep those forever. You may decide that you're not going to digitize those, or you might. Donna here has some really good tips on how you can digitize those and save them on a shared drive that's backed up regularly, and in PDFs that are easily searchable. So I'm sure she'd be happy to share that information with you for any of you that are interested in doing that. But expire rosters also have to be kept forever. So I would, like I said, I would never print them out again. I would just, as soon as I go in and generate them, I'd print them to a PDF. So you have an option to print them to a printer. I'd be printing them PDF. So I'd be doing them by year. I do all my packs, all my troops, all my crews, all my ships, and I'd be saving them. So here's the thing to remember: naming them in a way that you're going to be able to search them and continue to use this naming convention. And not only does your drive have to be backed up regularly, you need to, for your expire rosters and your applications, you need to burn them on a CD, on some kind of disk, on an external drive, and they need to be saved in a fireproof location. So some councils will put it on an external drive and they'll take it to their bank because they have a safe deposit box. They keep it in there, it's fireproof. Or your scout executive takes it home in a little fireproof box. Whatever your council decides, it's got to be in a format that you're going to be able to retrieve 10 years from now. Because guess what? Right now, we're calling your councils and saying, we need Troop 10 from 1963. So the only reason why you're keeping these files forever, the applications and that, is for litigation. So you're not hardly ever going to need it, but when you need it, you better have it, kind of thing here. So how do I start batch scanning my applications, expire rosters, and reports? Because some of your reports you'll want to do this also, because you'll have a 10-year or a 3-year retention. So some councils, I know, you still like to have your 2020 DTR book that anybody can come up, grab, pull it open, and look. You know, what was my February numbers? That's okay. You can continue to do that. But if you want to start digitizing things, you know, here's some of the suggestions we have. So the most important thing is to combine like documents together. So you'll have the 2020. Okay, so let's think about this. 2021 means you're going to be moving the 2017 stuff out of your current files into history. At that point, when I pull out all my adult applications, don't keep them by unit. Pull out all your adult applications, here's a pile. All your youth applications, here's a pile. And what you're going to do, and I would never put my CBC authorization disclosure forms in the unit file. From the very start, as soon as a new application comes in, I'm taking that and I'm putting it in my CBC file alphabetically because I only need one per person. Never putting that in my current file. But then you're going to sort them alphabetically and you're going to scan. Here are my 2017 adult applications. I'm scanning them. They need to be scanned to PDF resolution, 150/300 DPI, black and white. That's how you're going to get the most applications. You'll get better storage then. Size. Help me with my words, Donna. There's size limitations. So PDF with the 150/300 DPI, black and white, you're not going to run out of space. You're going to be able to fit them all in one file. And maybe if you're a huge council and you're like, there's no way I can do that in one file, then fine, do A through F in one file, G through M in one file, and so on. But you're going to name them 2017 adult applications. Don't put spaces, don't put hyphens, don't put dashes, just always look at this naming convention on the bottom of the screen. That way you can always group them together by year and always use the same naming convention. Decide what it's going to be for your council. and you'll be able to sort them much easier. If you have them sorted by, if you have it named DTR adult applications and 2020 somewhere farther down, then you can't sort them by year. So you need to, when you scan them, you need to specify a location to scan them. So, you know, you can start out by saving them on the network drive. And that's what I recommend. But it's got to be password protected, because everybody in the council should not be able to go into this network drive and access all the adult applications and see social security numbers. So I'd password protect it. Or I would put it somewhere on the network drive that only certain people have access to. If it's password protected, then I think on that external drive, I would be putting the password, that external drive that's in the fireproof box, I'd be taping the password on that also, so that 10 years from now, somebody can go back and look and see what the password is to that file. Does that answer everybody's questions? Trey, Donna?
There's some questions about the CVC form. It says if it's fillable, can they use an electronic signature? If it's an online fillable format?
So for the application, they just recently, I don't even know if it's available online yet, but it might be. The adult application, digital, with a digital signature. When you get to the CVC authorization, it is fillable, but when you get to the signature part, there's not a digital signature option, because we need actual signature on the CVC authorization form. Now, does that mean that the council has to have a form with a wet signature, the original signature? No. If somebody prints it out, signs it, and scans it and emails it to you, that's fine. Shoot, if they have a really good phone and they take a picture of it and it's totally readable and you print that, that's fine too, but it's got to be an actual signature. Digital signatures are tough. In the very beginning, when we asked last year for new CVC authorizations, we said no digital signatures, period, even on the applications. And the reason why is some people, believe it or not, they think if I type my name in a handwriting font, that's a digital signature. That is not. You have to have a verifiable service, like DocuSign. And with DocuSign, you get a second piece of paper. So they're turning in 2 pieces of paper to you. Their application plus the DocuSign confirmation piece of paper from DocuSign saying, we have confirmed this signature. So it puts so much burden on the council. And I know volunteers say, this is stupid, I should be able to use digital signature. Well, if it's a verifiable company, then yes. But there's times where you as a council are gonna have to say, no, that's not a verifiable digital signature, I can't accept that. So sometimes it might just be easier for you to say no. But if your council wants to take that on, sometimes a council, when we had looked at DocuSign for all these, when we sent out the CVC disclosure form to all the volunteers via email, in order for us to do a DocuSign service there on that, we were going to have to purchase a DocuSign license and we were either going to have to purchase it for all councils or require each council to purchase it. We didn't want to put that burden on the council. So we said no. But our legal department since then has said that if it's a verifiable digital signature, meaning like DocuSign, then yes, you can accept it. So that's going to be up to your council on whether you want to accept that, because you're accepting the responsibility that it's a verifiable digital signature. Any other questions?
They just have a question on the online adult applications, or CVCs. How does that work with that? And I think it probably has to do a lot with, they actually have to sign into their own account through MyDot Scouting as that person, as they go through the online application registration portal, it's verifying that it is them. And once they get to the CVC to sign off, there's an agreement checkbox that they actually have to check, if I'm not mistaken.
That is absolutely correct. And that is a verifiable digital signature, because guess what? You've given us your social security number, you've given us all your private information, and there's a disclosure that is verifying that by signing this, you're saying you are who you are and all that. So that is a verified digital signature through online registration. And those CVC, the application and the CVC authorization form are stored digitally in the national offices system. So it's still there. It's all there. If at any time, we contact you for an application and you see it was online registration, then we can get the application here from our IT department.
One last quick question. Somebody said they probably think it's been covered, but how do they get a copy of the printouts that are being shown?
You are going to get this emailed to you Friday, probably. Is that when? Yeah, probably Friday. At the end of this, you will get this PowerPoint emailed to you from Marquita Scouting You. All right, so remember this. Media changes. So if you have something stored, on CD and CDs are going away, hey, it's just like when we had VCRs and we didn't want to lose all of our Disney movies or our home videos. We went up to CVS and we said, convert this to a DVD. You need to remember to do that, because as we have asked councils for historical rosters, we've had councils say, oh, that's all on microfiche and we don't have a microfiche reader anymore. Well, guess what? We don't have a microfiche reader here anymore either. So make sure that as media changes, you go back to all your historical saved CDs, DVDs, external drives, and make sure you're keeping them current. All right, so Donna.
Wow,
First of all, come up here and tell us all about you.
my turn. Jeez. I'll stand here. My name is Donna Arnold. I am team lead for the Registration Shared Services. We host or help about 60 councils, and we do all of their registration and back office solutions for them. And I have been here since 2010 with a year break in between there. So for a little while, I actually worked with Sandy when I first started with the Boy Scouts of America. She was my supervisor and in membership resources. So a lot of what I know actually started with her. And of course, with all the processes and new policies, we've had a lot of changes since then. But so that is who I am. So the basic rules of registration is that, of course, with you guys that have been here a while. First of all, I want to say, Donna in Atlanta, I hope your air conditioner is working so far. If not, you might want to stand up and wake yourself up a little. She's afraid she's going to nod off. So just want to say, hey, Donna, thanks for hanging in there with us. So you only have to pay one registration fee with the BSA. That means if you are in a council in, let's say, transatlantic, and you want to multiple in the Denver council, you're only going to pay one registration fee. You're going to pay in the transatlantic council, and you're going to multiple in the other council. You are paying one registration fee to be a member of the Boy Scouts of America. If you have any questions on that, or you're not sure if they're registered in another council, then you can contact National and they'll look them up for you to see if they currently are registered so that you can multiple them in your council. There are separate and distinct scouting programs that have their own membership qualifications. So as you know, exploring units versus traditional units, those are their own entities. So you would pay one fee in exploring and one in the traditional unit. All of the scouting programs are delivered through the councils and through your local community groups, and those would be your charter organizations. So those are the ones that are responsible for approving all of your leaders and all the youth members registered in your unit. Now, a charter organization and the Boy Scouts of America, they are going to have that final approval for all of the youth and adult applications. So if for some reason a charter organization goes to the council and says, and relays to them that they have some concerns, that would be something that would be discussed with the scout executive amongst with the charter board rep. And at that point, a decision can be made whether or not that person joins. That address of the charter organization, not the meeting location. So the charter organization address determines what area that they're going to serve in for that district. So if that charter organization is in one district and you want them to be in another, that cannot be done. So they have to be in the district that they are serving.
Yes, we've had units that get upset with their council. So they have another council really close. So they go and ask them to charter their unit. But hey, they're still meeting over here in this other council's location. Sometimes that's okay, sometimes it's not. So if the new chartered organization is in the new council's geographical area, they are the ones that charter the unit. The unit can still meet over here in the other council's territory, but if the chartered organization is at its council boundary. So sometimes that becomes iffy. Sometimes we've had councils say, hey, wait a minute, that's our territory, that's our unit. And we do a territory transfer to transfer the unit over to the other council.
So they could meet at a school here, even though their charter organization address is in that other territory.
Right.
So for the digital documentation retention.
Oh, wait, you went the wrong
Did I
way.
did, didn't I? Oops. There we go. I think I hit it whenever we were talking. So the basic rules of registration, you want to make sure that all the, I'm gonna do this real quick. You want to make sure that all of the information for the packs, troops, crews, ships, clubs, posts are current. You want to make sure that there's a new unit application in the current unit file. It's been signed by the organization confirming that the count of the registered adult leaders and the youth members are correct. You want to make sure that somebody, most likely the district executive, has called that unit leader to welcome them into the Boy Scouts of America, and also to make sure that you have received all the documentation, and you want that within 60 days of posting the unit into the membership record. Everything that the unit leader needs to know, you need to relay to them. So you want to make sure that they're signing the correct documents, that they are taking the correct training, they're relaying that to the individuals within the unit, their other leadership, the committee members, the assistant cub master, scout master. And then sorry, I'm just like tongue-tied here. I haven't done this in a while, by the way. So as long as we have the agreement in the current file, and the council assigned all the organization and commissioned professionals, and the charter renewal rosters in the current file. Sandy, help me out here for a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's good.
So as long as you want to make sure you have all the agreements in the current file, and that everything's been signed, and that the charter renewal roster is its current file, along with it in the council office.
You're right, but let me add a little caveat to that. Now that internet rechartering has the option to sign and pay online, you might not have a charter renewal roster. So if there's any new adults or new youth, the unit still has to turn that in, has to turn in the actual applications, but you might not have a charter renewal roster anymore with signatures. There is also the easy form that's available through internet rechartering. And some councils just needed to have that piece of paper. It was just important to them to have that piece of paper, even though they can sign and approve online and they can pay online. They just felt more comfortable having that piece of paper. Now we're going to show you some tips later today on how you can see if somebody if a unit submitted their renewal online, and if they paid online, so you really don't need the paperwork. But if your council's one of those that still wants that paper form, I would only require the easy form. But if your council has made that leap to total paperless renewals, more power to you. So we say on here that you've got to have the charter renewal roster in the current unit file, but you may not have a charter renewal roster if they're using online internet rechartering and they are approving online and paying online.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, if the council serves youth members through their learning life groups, the executive board approves a specific payment for the annual license based on the amount, the total amount of youth that you're serving for that program. There's also an agreement from each participating organization indicating the number of youth to be served with that signed document in each group's current file at the council office.
I see that that we have a question here. So, and we are going to talk about this more with the internet rechartering. So I'm not going to get into much detail, but there's a question on somebody says there's no way I'm going to get a unit to send us the applications for new folks if they pay online and charter online. How would you even check that? We're going to show you that. We're going to show you some tips. I just wanted you to know, that we are going to look at this, and I'm going to show you some tips. Donna's going to show you some tips on how to look to see if they paid online, how to look to see if they have new people that require an application. So there is a way for you to be able to check and monitor this. And yes, it is going to be your responsibility to not post that registration until you let the unit know that they must send the applications to you. Now, does it mean they have to walk into your council office right now with paper applications? No, they can scan them and email them to you. Is perfectly acceptable way to receive applications.
Yeah, and that's as long as they have no personal information. They can black out, redact any date of birth, social security numbers, driver's license for any adults, also for youth with date of births on there. Scan those over, email them over to you, and then call you with that information to add into ScoutNet as you're creating those profiles for those new individuals.
I will tell you though that if the unit decides to do that, if the unit does not want to mail the applications to you or bring the applications to the council office, they are assuming the responsibility or the liability, I guess is a better word. They are assuming the liability of scanning and emailing them to you because they do have private information on them. So they will be scanning applications with social security number. Now we have a very secure system here, but we cannot check the systems for people outside of a scouting.org email address. So there are going to, we don't know that their email server is not going to get hacked into. So just to note, we do not scan to outside people. We do not scan any personal information, no applications. We do not scan them to anybody outside of a scouting.org email address because it might not be secure. If they choose to scan and email them to you, they're assuming that we're liability.
So we're talking about Scout Reach and how the process of Scout Reach works in creating those and also processing renewals every year. So those are decided by the executive board, your council vice president, and those units are going to be accountable to the executive board. They monitor the membership participation in the specific Scout Reach units, and they also have an annual report that's presented to them that is reflected in the board minutes. Within this, there's a specific budget covering the council paid registrations, the staffing program. All of that information should be documented in the meeting minutes and also has to be approved by the board if that council exceeds that budgeted amount, because they are deciding every year how much that council is going to pay for those units to be sponsored by the council. They have to meet youth member and adult participation registration standards, and that's issued to the field by each region in August and September. the scout executive and not a designee has to approve and sign a document which is going to present the current unit file with any of the following that will apply to it. So if it's a new or re-registering unit and has fewer than 5 paid or more than 100, then that needs to be approved by the scout executive. And that is the scout executive's approval and not anybody else's. If it's a re-registering unit that has a drop of 50% or more, of at least 25. So if it's 50% and you had 10 and now they have 3, that's not 25. That does not need to, well, it would be for less than 5, but for the 50% drop would not apply to that. So when and that's also when there are no changes in the unit. So if you're posting this unit and you notice there's 25 or more that have dropped and it's 50%, makes it 50% or more, or you have no changes, there's no drops, there's nobody new in the unit, nothing has changed within that unit, that needs to go to the SC for approval. The council is funded all or any part of the registration fee. So if it's council funded, if you, so we'll put it this way, if you have a traditional unit and a council is paying a portion of 1 or 2 of those registration fees, that needs to be approved by the council, but that is not a council funded unit. So that would be considered just your traditional, they would pay their regular $60 registration fee. If the entire unit is being sponsored or the registration fees are being paid by the council, then that would be your council funded unit. And then that in turn would be in ScoutNet as a council funded unit where you're paying the $24 annual fee. You also need to get approval if you have a staff employee who registers in a unit but does not have a child. That needs to be in the unit. That needs to be approved by the scout executive also. And then once a year, you need a detailed assessment of the unit health, and it needs to be in the file, in that unit file in the council. So within, if you have a paper application, all participants must have an application, and if it's a third-party paid membership in the youth, as authorized in the Youth Member and Adult Program Participant Registration Standards in Section 2, you need to look over those also to make sure that you're following all the registration standards for those. If an actual signature, so are we talking about, so I'm gonna just throw this to you, Sandy. Are we talking about, and this one, actual signatures or written approval for each email for ones that don't have signed applications?
Yes, so, okay, so years ago, or for many years, I guess is what I should say, for many years, if an application came in without a signature, the DE or registrar would get on the phone and they would say, Mrs. Smith, I see you filled out an application for your son, but you didn't sign it. And they would write, Sandy Trevino spoke to mom on this date. That's not acceptable anymore. But what you could do is you could call Mrs. Smith. I see you filled out an application for your son and did not sign it. I need to make sure you understand what you're joining your son up for and if you still want them to join. And then if they say yes, then you say, will you please send me an email that states that, and they need to be specific. So if you get an email from bellybutton@gmail.com, you don't know that that's Trey Smith's mom. So they need to say in their email, my name is, what's your mom's name, Trey? my mom is Jackie Smith, and my name is Jackie Smith. I'm the mother of Trey Smith. I approve him to register in PAC 10. And,
so in the past, it was telephone call was fine.
Yes.
In this instance, no telephone calls. It all must be via email if you elect to process something without a signature.
Yes, and then here's the key. You've got to hide. I won't be answering any more of the questions straight. Thank you. So here's the deal. You've got to print out that email and you've got to keep it, applications are kept for how long? forever. So you print out that email, put it with the application, and it becomes part of the permanent storage. You've got to keep that application and the email approval with it forever. You might get a batch of applications where the Scoutmaster didn't sign them. They can send you an email that says, I'm Trey Smith, Scoutmaster for Troop 10, and I approve the applications for the following youth, and list out every youth's name. And if it's 10 youth, you're gonna print 10 copies of that application, and you're gonna put that with all 10 applications, because you think, well, I only need one in the unit file. Well, guess what? At the end of the year, or at the end of 3 years, when you're pulling them out and you're gonna scan them alphabetically, you better have that email approval with every one of those applications.
So the form used for requiring SE approval, this is one of the forms that's actually available through, I believe, in the registration guidebook. And this actually has all the selections for less than 5, more than 100 paid, loss of gain of 50%, and then the signature of the Scout executive. Sandy, is there ever a time when the Scout executive signature can be the assistant Scout executive? If the Scout executive is out of town, do they need to wait for them to come back in? Can they email it to the Scout executive, the email, and then the Scout executive emails it back?
So this is where, okay, the rule is it's the Scout executive's approval, but a lot of common sense here. If the Scout executive is out on medical leave, who's in charge when the Scout executive's gone? And registrars, it's not you. And I get that so many times. Oh, I'm the designee. No. Who's the most senior professional there at the council? Deputy Scout executive of some councils, assistant Scout executives, and some councils it could be a DFS in some councils. Whoever the most senior person is would sign it, and they could say signing on behalf, they sign their name on behalf of the Scout executive's name, or exactly what you said. If they're available to send an email that says, yes, I approve that, then attach the email to this form.
So all the programs within the Boy Scouts of America, we have the Lions Clubs, Tigers, Cub Scouts, we have Webelos, and then the Scouts BSA, Venturing, Sea Scouting, STEMs, Learning for Life, and they all have their own processes and what is required. So Lions Club is kindergarten. Is there an age group? As long as they're in kindergarten, they can be registered with the Cub Scouts or the Lions Club program. Same thing with Tiger Cubs, first grade, and of course they have to have an AP or an LP in order to register them, and everybody else is their age limits and program requirements for those. So Lone Scouts and those that are eligible for Lone Scouts, those are youth that are abroad, could be in any country at this point. We have some in transatlantic and that are Lone Scouts, quite a few. Exchange students that are not living in the United States at this time. Youth with disabilities that prevent them from attending regular meetings. In those rural communities where they are too far away from a unit that meets at a school, or that there's conflicts with the ability to attend meetings, and those with an occupation, those parents that have an occupation that keep them on the move, and they're going from one country or one state to the other, and they're not, they don't have the ability to attend regular meetings or be a part of a unit. So those you want to register as a Lone Scout. You do have to have the council approval, and you have to have a Lone Scout counselor. And the Lone Scout counselor must also complete an adult application. They must be 21 years old. They also need to complete their youth protection training. And they also need to provide all of the information, whether they are a Lone Scout counselor or if they were going to register in a unit. Those are put in through, you're going to go through your ScoutNet, and they're put in as other in the Lone Scout program. Magazines. So this it hasn't changed. It's still what it has been. It's $12 a year, $1 a month. If you're not a member, it's $24 a year. Foreign addresses, if you do not have an APO, PO, DPO address, you're going to pay $21 per year for postage for that, on top of the $12 a year for the Boy Scout or for the magazine. It expires 2 months after the expire date of the unit. So if you ever look on a renewal application, you're going to notice that you have your expire date of the unit, and then you have your expire date of the magazine. So normally if you have a 12/31 expire date, you're going to see, I believe it's a March effective date for the Boys Life. So that means they start in January and that Boys Life begins in March. You can have a bulk delivery to 1 liter, and they would be marked in the unit as that bulk recipient. That should be an exception, though, and normally that is for those that live abroad, and there is not an address, or because of the postage situation, you can use an APO, PO, DPO address to keep that postage down, and then it's all sent as a bulk and to the bulk recipient.
Donna, I'm going to ask a couple of questions here because they're moving and I don't want to miss them. And I haven't figured out your computer.
Oh, no.
But so where do you get a detailed assessment form? Let me find out for you. And most of our forms, you can just go on Google and Google the name of the form, and they're going to pull up. Most of them are all available on scouting.org. So is the name of Voice Life going to change? Who knows? It was going to change, and then they decided not to change it. So it may not change. I'm not sure. Right now, there's no plans to change it. Do Lone Scouts need to fill out an application year to year? No. If they're renewing as a Lone Scout, they do not. Now, your council might decide that it's easier for you to just have them fill out a new application and send it to you every year. That's fine. If your council chooses that, but the BSA national rule, no. The first time they register as a Lone Scout, they fill out an application, and if they're renewing, they don't need a new one. It's very important that you keep all of your Lone Scouts at the same registration period. If you have them all over the place, you don't know who needs to renew when, and they're not going to remember either. So pick a common expiration date for all your Lone Scouts so that you can contact them 2 months before they expire and say, hey, it's time to renew. You need to send us your registration.
So Sandy, I could kind of take this as my non-unit district volunteers, merit badge counselors, and kind of process that in the same manner. Or my alarm. So I could process that in the same manner as I do those. So every year I know that I'm still picking up those Lone Scouts.
Exactly, and you can do a renewal roster, like we'll show them a little later today, in order to do that, so you know who you need to contact. So let's see, what other questions? How does a grandparent sign up to subscribe for their grandson? They contact subscription services directly, and at the end of this PowerPoint, there's a phone number on how they contact. Many times they get it from a magazine. There's a little card they pull out that says order Voice Life magazine, but there is the Scouting Magazine subscription services phone number at the end of this PowerPoint that they would contact to sign up for a subscription for their grandson. So how do we run renewals on Lone Scouts? Well, we're going to show you that when we do non-unit registrants, because they are a non-unit registrant. So they'll fall in that same category. The only difference is when you go to renew them or register them, you don't go into additional enrollment. You go directly into Lone Cub Scout or Lone Boy Scout to register them. So
yeah, so those you can't bring in a mass. You actually are going to have to go individually into their record and register them.
Yeah, and then I just want to clarify, because I've had this question a couple of times. So I just want to clarify, and that's in regards to the new disclosure form and the checkbox. When you go to the private tab on a person profile, for years there was a checkbox there that said CBC authorization. That checkbox at that time meant back in 2008, we did a CBC. 2008, we did a CBC for All campaign, and we let people do their authorization online, and we only had about 17% of people that did their authorization online. Everybody else preferred to fill out a paper. That check mark was there showing that they had done it online. Has that form, councils cannot check it or uncheck it. That form had, that checkbox hasn't changed. It really, from 2008 forward, meant nothing anymore. Last year, when we started requiring the new CBC authorization form, councils wanted a way to be able to easily record who they had a form for. There's no reporting off of it, so I'm going to tell you. But it is important that you as a council, when you receive the new CBC authorization, the most up-to-date one, that you go to their private tab, there's a checkbox that says CBC authorization received. You check it, it'll default to today's date, or you can change it to the date that you received it. That lets us know when we start doing rechecks this year, who you have a form on. If you don't have a new form on them, we can't do a new CBC on them. So we're only going to do rechecks on people that you've gone in there and put that check mark in.
So one of the other questions was an adult that went online to register, filled out the new CBC form, and is that updated in ScoutNet when they do that? Is the checkbox checked as they go online and register?
No, it is not.
Okay.
It is not. So, but that is something that that we can request in the future. So if an adult cannot submit an application online without giving their CBC authorization. So they can't do it. It's not a complete application if they don't. So it's an assumed, if they submit it online, they did give us their CBC authorization, or they would not have been able to submit their application. And no, Corinne, you do not check it for online applications. It's only for the new CBC paper form. You receive the paper form. And you cannot get a list of those that you have received the new form for. But when you go in to renew them or to register them, when you go into charter renewal, there's a column down the side. So this year, you cannot renew. I know we said it last year, and we gave you an extra year grace period. But this year, registrars should not post any renewal that they do not have the updated CBC authorization for. And how are you going to know that? You can't get a report, but if you're going in and putting that check mark in on all the ones you've received, when you pull up that renewal down the far right side of the screen, it will have a checkbox. It'll say CBC authorization. If there's a check there, that means you went in and checked that you received a new form. So it benefits you to do it now. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time at renewal time going through your file to make sure you have a new form. Can National create a report? Yes. So with everything that's going on and a lot of people furloughed and working on a new system to try to get off ScoutNet, that means we're going to take resources off working on a new system to create a report in the old system that's going away. And I know it seems easy, and it's just not. You know, we are a nonprofit organization. We don't have Microsoft money. We have VSA money and time and resources. So could it happen? Maybe. Probably is not going to happen. So if they submit their application online, no, it does not check the checkbox.
Alrighty.
And no, you do not check the box.
So part of what we talked about earlier was the charter organization and where they should be located. And the charter organization needs to be clearly identified, cannot use initials or abbreviations. So they need to list the entire full name of the charter organization. The official charter organization code listing should be used to code all organizations. If you have a charter organization that operates more than one unit, if it's a girls troop, boys troop, crew, whatever it may be, they have to list the same individuals as the IH and then the CR. And that's for all sponsored by that same organization. So if you bring in a girls troop and you want a different IH and a different CR, it has to be the same IH and the same CR for that organization. And that is because that CR serves as a voting member for that district committee and the council, and they can only have one vote. So if you have the charter organization happens to be the Donna Arnold charter organization, and Tom is the CR for the girls troop in that Donna Arnold organization, and Sandy is a CR for the girls troop, that means you're giving that charter organization 2 votes. So it needs to be 1 CR per charter organization.
So somebody asked, what if the IH wants 2 or more CRs? You cannot have that. Who is if the IH, the institutional head, the most senior person at that organization, not the person who's in charge of scouting with that organization, who is the most senior person at that organization? If it's a church, I'm going to be your pastor. If they say, great, I want to sponsor a scouting unit, but I don't have a lot of time to dedicate to it, so I'm going to have Tom McDermott be the representative for our organization, and they're going to oversee all the scouting stuff. Then Tom McDermott is the chartered organization representative. But it's not going to be, well, Tom's going to do it for PACs and Trey's going to do it for troops. That's what your committee chairs are for. So you might have a different committee chair for a PAC and a different committee chair for the troop, but who is the liaison? Who is the liaison between the unit and the organization? That's who your charter rep is. So it's not who's running this unit, it's who's the liaison, who's between the organization and the unit. And yes, the unit is owned by the chartered organization, so that chartered organization representative can hire and fire whoever they want in the unit, so to speak. They approve all the adult leadership, but there's no reason to have 2 CRs, and you can't have 2 CRs. There are reasons to have 2 CCs, and most units do have a different CC. So I hope that clears that up, makes a little sense.
I'll just jump in with perhaps some common sense. The question said, well, what if the IH wants, Donna's with the girl troop. I want to work with Donna as quote unquote as a CR to hear about the girl troop and Tom from the boy troop. Using common sense, since you can only have 1 CR, Tom's listed as a CR in both units. Have Donna be registered as a committee member. That IH, that Catholic priest, that PTO president can still reach out to Donna to say, how are things going on with the girl troop? That's fine. But just from our bylaws, our policies, local council procedures for voting, each organization gets 1 vote within the district or within the council. So some common sense, if you've got a IH that really wants to deal with 2 different people because he sees it or she sees it as 2 different units, fine. There's ways around it. Just have it be another committee member, and but on paper it'll be the same person.
Committee member, committee chair, right.
So unit numbers are assigned to the charter organizations. They have to be 4 digits. Sometimes numbers get changed in ScoutNet and all of a sudden you can't find that unit. I would say you might want to pull up your troops and scroll all the way down to the bottom, and it could be that it got put in as 62 instead of 0062. That happens on occasion. So just make sure that you're putting the numbers in using 4 digits, whether it's 3 zeros and a 1 or two zeros and a 10. When a unit doesn't recharge or becomes dropped, that unit number should be kept on reserve for at least a year, but it's recommended for 2 to 3 years so that you can maintain good relations with the charter organization if they decide to bring those units back and reestablish those units within your council.
And it could be longer. So for example, you have a small community church, and they don't have any young kids right now, and so they don't have a PAC, and maybe it's not for 3 or 4 years before a new family joins with young kids. So you don't want to give up that. So if this is a chartered organization that's been in scouting for a long time and they just don't happen to have enough kids for a pack, but they're still active with the troop or a crew, then keep it forever, because in 3 or 4 years, when they do have enough kids, you don't want to say, oh, sorry, we gave your number away. So now you are pack 682 and troop 12, crew 12.
Yeah, I guess especially in that circumstance, if they've got a crew or a troop,
Right.
and the pack goes basically silent for a little while until they're able to get
Yeah, so it
more
goes
use, yeah.
back to that little common sense there.
So when and this is really recommended because it gets really it gets really difficult and confusing in some instances. If you have a charter organization, they really should be, if at all possible, have the same number. So if you have pack 12, girls troop 12, boys troop 12, crew 12. Now we know with the girls troop and the boys troop, it becomes a little confusing in occasion too, but there are identifiers now when you pull up access codes to identify a boys troop versus a girls troop. So you will be able to identify between those two. But it is a much easier process to keep track of whenever you have pack 12, troop 12, girls and boys and crew and so forth. Also, within a district, you may have a charter organization that has pack 12, troop 12 and crew 12. And then within the same district, you have another charter organization with pack 12, troop 12, crew 12. And I've seen that a lot. And my suggestion would be in the best interest of being able to keep track of your crews and your troops and packs, your programs is to keep those numbers within your district different. Otherwise, you're going to have to look at your charter organization every time you go in to post a unit. If you have two pack 12s within the same district, you're going to have to look at the charter organizations before you post those to make sure you're posting them in the correct charter organization. So I'm sure you've seen that to where, Sandy, where charter organizations are within a district, it's the same unit number, and it can be confusing.
Right. So in Tom says we have 260 councils. So when I started here, we had over 500 councils. And so, when councils merge, you can't say, well, you've been troop 10 for 80 years, but guess what? We're merging and they already have a troop 10, so you got to pick a new number. No, but you can have more than one troop 10, just not in the same district. That just wouldn't make sense. And if you have councils that merge, they're generally going to be a different district anyway, so that's not a problem. So you just should not do it in the same district. I have somebody that asked a question here, Anna Wilson. She has a chartered organization that has 2 different IHs. And how does she go about expiring one? And I will tell you that tomorrow afternoon, we're going to go over maintenance, and that's one of the things that we are going to talk about, because updating the IH and the CR are, since the system knows you can only have one, if it gets messed up, it's difficult to change it. And so you've got to follow all these exact steps. So we are going to go over that, Anna, tomorrow afternoon.
So unit designations, this was added when the girls packs, family packs, boys packs, girls troops, and so forth came about. And so you'll notice now that the unit designation, you have your BP, GP, FP. So you may have a boys pack, and that may have been a boys pack from the time we implemented the girls being able to join. And so now all of a sudden you have a girl that joins that pack. So it no longer is a boys pack at that point. You're allowing the girl to come in. You would change that to the family pack designation. As long as that charter organization has signed off on the appropriate, has the appropriate signatures and they've approved for that, change that to a family pack. And as long as the boys pack only has boys, you can keep that designation for as long as that is in play. So I'm not sure if when you guys are changing from girls to boys or entering girls into the boys pack, being familiar with that. Same thing goes for girls troops. You should only have girls and girls troops. If you and Sandy, you can help me on this one. Some youth identify as in particular genders, and should you question somebody with the name Donna Arnold that wants to be in a boys troop with a gender as a male?
So one thing, let me answer real quick. Somebody asked if you had to have a special form or written proof to change a unit from a boy pack to a family pack. No, you do not. So in packs, you can have a boy pack, girl pack, family pack, but dens have to be all girl dens, all boy dens. No, you don't have to have any written approvals to do that. As far as transgender youth, they need to join a unit or a den based on the gender they identify and are living as. So we have had this where you have a boy scout that now identifies as female. Perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable. They need to join the girl troop. And sometimes you're going to say, well, no, they've been with these scouts all this time. But if they are living as a girl and identify as a girl, they have to join the girl troop. It's just the way it is. You know, we don't have, you live as join as the gender you identify as. And we don't question them. If on their application they put this gender and they're living as this gender, what right now today, we can't accommodate, or we will be able to eventually, but we've got to, you know, figure out all the logistics and everything is the fluid. Today I'm a girl, tomorrow I'm a boy. We're just not set up that way. You know, eventually we may be able to accommodate, and we will. I won't say may, we will. But right now today, we have gender specific dens and gender specific troops. Can they transfer from the boy troop to the girl troop? Yes. If they now identify as female, they're going to transfer to the girl troop, or vice versa.
So you have your unit designations. As far as you can, when you add the unit renewal processor listing, the status report, the new member added roster, and the members not renewed roster. So on this here, you'll see your unit code, your BPs. This is where you'll be able to identify which units are your family packs, girl packs, family packs, boys packs, girls troops, boys troops. And as you pull these reports, you'll be able to identify that and also see the amount that of membership within those units.
Yeah, and these were really added for the ease of the registrar.
Yeah.
When you have to add additional enrollments, you don't have to go into multiple units to find out which one you need to be selecting to add.
Definitely makes it much easier. Special interest units. I think that's where you come in.
All right. So special interest units. So membership, advancements into the Boy Scouts of America is open to all youth and young adults, you know, that meet the joining requirements. So sometimes we have a group of individuals that have special needs. So, or special interest. It's not always special need. So what I mean by that is soccer through scouting. Some councils have soccer through scouting units that have a huge interest in soccer while they're delivering the scouting program. So those units, you would want to make sure that you code them with the correct special interest code 0414, so that you can then run reports to see how many soccer through scouting units we have, because they are a regular pack pack or troop in the system, just like how we added that unit designation. Well, there's not a designation that you can see easily on membership reports. So make sure you code those, and physically disabled, mentally disabled, and Scout Reach are additional special interest codes. So if you enter the special interest at the time that you enter the new unit, or you're renewing the unit, or you go into unit maintenance, it is important that you code your unit so that you can easily get reports. And also, so at a national level, we can see nationwide how many units we have that are physically disabled units, Scout Reach units, what are, commonly council paid units, or soccer through scouting. And how do I do that? If I've already posted my units, I can always go back through unit maintenance on that very first more information tab. It's one of my options for special interest type. Here's also where I would go for council paid membership. I would make sure, and I said 0416 earlier, I'm sorry, 0418 for Scout Reach, and then you would say yes for council paid membership. Those two things have to happen so the system knows to only charge you the rate that is approved for council paid membership. So when it comes to special need units for physically and mentally disabled units, you're going to use the rule of 51. So there are many times where you have a unit where you have 1 or 2 scouts that have a physical or mental disability, and they're participating in a regular traditional unit that with kids that don't have disabilities, and that is perfectly fine and acceptable. You would not mark the unit as physically or mentally disabled, but you do need to make sure you go into the person profile on that scout and record that person's individual disability. And that is really important when it comes time to working towards Eagle. There are certain exceptions for people with physical or mental disabilities on certain badges. There might be alternative requirements for certain badges. So if the unit, if 51% or more of the youth are mentally disabled, then you would code the unit as a mentally disabled unit. And so that would traditionally be a unit that is maybe at a group home. And every one of the kids participate, every one of the scouts participating, because they might not be kids, but every one of the scouts participating are mentally disabled or physically disabled. So also, when we're talking about Scout Reach, council paid membership, and it could be council paid membership or it could be third party. If the money, the registration fees are not being paid by the individual, they're being paid by the council or a grant. Somebody gave money to the council specifically to use for Scout Reach units, then you need to make sure they're coded with the 0418 and that you have marked them as council paid so that you get to pay the reduced rate. So be sure you do that. Also, when your Scout executive comes to you and says, Donna, I need a list of all of our Scout Reach units, all of our council paid membership units. If you've coded them correctly, first of all, you paid the correct fee, but also you can go in and run a report. When we talk about reports tomorrow, we'll show you that special interest code report that you can easily run and generate and give them a list of all the council paid membership units. Okay, so I should give you your computer back so you can answer any questions. I don't know why mine died. It charged all night long.
Must be nice.
But in regards to, can we move the picture down?
That's what I kept running into. I'm like,
I don't have my screen to look at anymore.
Right? And that's what I kept. I was like, I don't know what that.
I mean, if you don't care, I'll just move it off the thing.
Sorry about that. I don't have every slide memorized. Thank you, that works.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, cover up that be prepared because I am not.
Obviously, I wasn't, Sandy.
Okay, so in regards to youth member and adult program participant registration standards. So as y'all know, there were a lot of changes here. in the last year and a half, we came out with a new registration guidebook, and we did away with a lot of the exceptions, and we have come up with a few very specific exceptions to the BSA's registration standards, policies, procedures, rules, and regulations. So just going to go over those again a little bit. And like I said, if you think you have a special exception and it's not covered in that registration guidebook, then it should be called registration rule book. But if it's not in there, you don't have the exception, because there's only very few exceptions and they are outlined in that book. So here's one, the official BSA application. That could be the paper form of the application, or it could be the online application. They mirror each other. So those should be used for registration of all youth and adult program participants, unless the youth or adult program participants registration is a counselor or third-party paid membership. So let me clarify that. We want to try to always get an application. So even in Scout Reach units, that doesn't mean the parents aren't willing to fill out an application. That doesn't mean, oh, it's council paid membership, we don't have to get applications. No, we want to always try to get applications. There are, you might have 100 kids in that Scout Reach unit, and 80 of the parents fill out the application. Well, then just use the exception on the other 20. Don't just say Scout Reach, we don't have to get applications at all. So sometimes though, it could be a unit at the school, and the school's paying the registration, or the council's paying the registration fees, and the school might say, we're not going to get applications. Generally, if the council works with the school ahead of time, I know we're in crazy times right now, so let's forget this year, but in other years, if the council works with the school ahead of time, every year, you send your kid off to school, take it home the first day with a big giant packet of stuff. And you can say, hey, how do I get my application in the stuff? And they'll fill out the application and send it in, and turn it back in. But if you have a school that absolutely says, we're not going to do it. We do want to participate in scouting here at our school. We're going to give you time during the school day to do it. And we've got funds for it, or the council has funds for it, then you need to use somebody still filling out an application, and you're going to get the bare minimum information on an official application. I am going to talk about rosters in just a second, so hold on there. So member name, parent or guardian name, leader signature, the date of birth and gender of the scout wanting to, the individual wanting to join as a scout. We need contact information. What's the home address, parent or guardian name, what's their phone number? If there's an emergency, we've got to know who to contact. Actual signature or written approval, such as email approval. So that means the scoutmaster, the scoutmaster approving these kids. Hopefully they're signing the application. If not, then you need to make sure you get an email from them that details, I approve the applications for, and details who they're approving. Telephone, remember, telephone confirmations are not acceptable anymore. So there are times for council paid membership, third-party paid membership, where you can use a roster. So like I said, that doesn't just mean free for all. Nobody has to fill out applications anymore. So generally, we want it to be, maybe in an environment where we need to protect people, like maybe it's a battered woman's shelter, or if it's a school that absolutely says we're not doing it, then here is an alternate to the application. If an individual parent refuses to fill out an application, and here again, it's not for every unit, it's only for those that are counselor or third-party paid membership, that they can sign something that says this: I understand that my child is being registered in a program offered by the BSA. I give my consent to my child being registered and participating in the program, and it must include that bare minimum information: the name, mailing address or email address, phone number of the parent, with that acknowledgement. So again, telephone confirmations are not going to work, but if they fill out a little piece of paper, or if they send you an email, giving you this information, that can be acceptable. And in the case where it is privacy or regulations, like it could be a detention center, or like I said, a battered woman shelter, where they say we're not allowed to give out that information, then they can use a roster. In some of these places, detention centers and battered woman shelters, they can give you the first name, but we're not allowed to give you the last name. So maybe it is Wyatt T instead of Wyatt Trevino. And then the contact information for the facility, if it's a group home, that contact information, that address, their date of birth and their gender is the bare minimum information that we would want. So just quickly, when we're doing these kind of programs, we want to make sure Scout Reach programs, this mostly is for your Scout executive and not really for you as a registrar, but we want to make sure that we're getting new signed, updated rosters, that rosters aren't being reused year from year, that somebody's not just going to the school and saying, hey, give me a list of all your kids registered at the school and turning that in, to register everybody that happens to be at that school. Also, if you do use a roster, you always have to have the area director's approval each time. So if the area director, it could be an email that area director says, yes, I approve the use of roster. Then if a few months later they have 20 more kids they want to add, area directors approving those 20 kids being registered using a roster. So it's not a forever thing. The area directors approving it each time the use of rosters. So you must have the chartered organization representative or the institutional head must sign the roster with the following statement. So here it is on your screen. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's our organization is unavailable, blah, 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 blah. And that is exactly what it needs to say. So also we want to make sure that they are getting the, the scouting program is really being delivered, and that the minimum program you use for Cub Scouts, 1, 2, 3 program, for, need to change that from Boy Scouts to Scouts VSA, venturing, exploring, etc. So route sheets are required for all council paid membership. So at first we said you could create your route sheet however you want, as long as you include this and this and this and this and this. And all that wasn't being included. So we have now created a routing sheet for council paid membership, and it is in the registration guidebook. And it is the routing sheet that you should be using, and it must be filled out every time you have registration. That's council paid registration. So when the unit renews or they're a brand new unit and you have additional enrollments, each time somebody is requesting council funds to pay for more registrations, you need a new form. And on this form, you see the form here, it should be complete when it's given to you as the registrar. So I have seen several times that the registrar fills this out. Registrar waits until they post, and then however much money the system generates is what they use to fill this out. Then they pass it around and get the signatures. It's not how this works, guys. This is to be filled out completely and totally approved before you as a registrar ever post it into the ScoutNet system. And so just because the Scout executive signs at the bottom doesn't mean you don't have to have all the in-between signatures. You have to have them all. And who are all of them? Your chartered organization representative, whether it's the IH or whether it's the CR, committee chair or unit leader. One of those top key 3 must be signing this. And guess what? That means this needs to be filled out before they sign it, because they're signing saying, yes, we do have 100 kids. And then the unit serving executive, most commonly the DE, could be a district director, and who's their supervisor. I know it says field director here, and in different councils, the structure's different based on the size, but whoever is the supervisor of that DE. And in a very small council, guess what? It might be the scout executive. So the scout executive will sign there, and then will also sign at the bottom. And if your council has a deputy scout executive or assistant scout executive, they're signing, and then lastly, the scout executive is signing. So this is just making sure that everyone knows and everyone's aware, and that this council funds are being used to pay for this membership. It's a checks and balance to ensure that membership is valid and everybody's aware that council money is being used to pay for this membership. Tom, you have anything you want to add to that? Nope. Okay. So again, this stuff right here is more for your council executives, but when you're registering members in council paid membership, there's got to be a charter annual agreement, must be a written evaluation. Somebody at the council needs to be going, at least once a year. It used to be twice a year, now it's once a year. They're doing a surprise visit to make sure that the program's really being delivered. And so that could be council commissioner, unit commissioner, or district commissioner, or district executive. Somebody is going and validating that things are really happening. They're saying, hey, show me your binder with, that shows who's attending every week. So those are just things, like I said, that are more for the district executive and above, not so much for you as the registrar. The governance of council paid membership. So adult leaders registered in multiple units. Yeah, that happens. So we have, I might have a kid in a pack and a troop, and I'm in both of them. But this mostly is looking for adults that are, it could be in council paid, you're going to have adults registered in multiple units. Council sometimes will have a paid employee that's running all these units. And so, yeah, I might be registered in 10 units, and that's okay. Do I need to fill out 10 separate applications? If I'm a very active parent, do I need 10 separate applications? Not if it's the same chartered organization. So the whole point of an application and having different applications, it's who's approving. So the application is not just you giving us your personal information and your approval to be registered in a unit. It's also that the unit or the district or merit badge counselor, dean of merit badges, district advancement team are approving you in that position. So if I fill out an application to be registered in PAC 10 and that chartered organization approves me, now I also want to be a merit badge counselor, that's a different person approving you. The leadership of PAC 10 is not approving you. Merit badge counselor would be the district advancement team that would be approving you to be a merit badge counselor and improving the merit badges you're able to counsel. So gotta have two applications because two different people are approving. So if I am in a boy troop and a girl troop chartered by the same organization, or if I'm in the PAC troop and crew chartered by the same organization, I can actually just fill out one application, but the council's gonna have to make 3 copies or 2 copies of it so that they have the original and a copy in each of the unit files. So, but we're not gonna burden the volunteer with filling out 3 different applications because guess what? It's the same CR that's going to be approving. So, so that is okay. They fill out one application, you as the registrar can copy it for the other units. So registrar handling of applications. So you need to make sure you are following the rules and regulations outlined in the registration guidebook. And if anybody's asking you to do something that is outside of what's in that guidebook, then it is okay for you to go to the next level or go to a different level. Or if you don't feel safe talking to somebody at your council at another level, that you're contacting the national office and saying, hey, I'm being asked to post applications where there's no signatures and or asking to post all this registration and I don't have applications for any of it. that's okay. The one thing about the registration guidebook is that everybody's singing from the same songbook. So your scout executive uses the same book that you use, that your DEs use. So you can always open it up and say, hey, wait a minute, let's see what the guidebook says. No, right here it says that you can't use a flyer, that you have to use the official BSA application. So use that to your benefit. All right, I think at this point, let's take a quick 10-minute break. What do you think, Trey? What time is it right now?
I would say just do 13 minutes because that would put us at 11 o'clock.
All right, 13-minute break. Be back here promptly at 11 o'clock. And that's that. Yeah. All right, welcome back, everyone. I just answered a question, and I just want to reiterate it here that I know there's a lot of questions about the CDC authorization form and us asking for a new updated CDC authorization form. And we were under the impression that they were evergreen forms, and we did not understand that they were an evergreen form for as long as there were no changes to state or federal regulations regarding obtaining background checks. So in other words, there's no such thing as an evergreen form. So the authorization forms have changed many times throughout the years, from what they were in 2003 to 2008. And every version of the adult application, we always had to give the disclosures and authorizations to our legal team, who worked with an outside legal company to make sure that we met all of the state and federal guidelines. So some states are very strict, like California. They insist that there's 2 full pages of their disclosures that are included. Oklahoma has a little blurb, Minnesota has a little blurb. California says we don't want anybody else's blurbs on included with ours. So, we don't want to give somebody an application with 10 pages of disclosures and then you must sign this authorization. So we work every time with the legal department, the outside legal team to, it's their job to find out, what we have to include and what we are able to reduce and try to minimize. They tried to make it be separate. And we said, no way, we cannot ask our councils to have to say, here's your application, and here's this disclosure, and here's this disclosure, and here's this disclosure, and here's the authorization. Well, we only got them to agree by putting that little blurb at the bottom of the front page of the adult application that says, you have received these pages separately. Do we know that DEs and units aren't out there separating it all apart? Yes, we do know that. So we do the best that we can do. But if there is any change at all, then that totally does away with the previous authorization. And so for us to start doing rechecks on people, we have to have the most current disclosures reviewed and the most current authorization. And there's not that much changes, but one little word change could make it not valid. So that's the reason why last year we said you had to get new. We were ready to do rechecks on everybody, and then it's like, oh, stop the presses. No, you can't. Here's the legal team saying, no, you can't. Not with that disclosure and authorizations. And it's like, well, how are we going to get new ones? And that's when we emailed every registered leader. And I know it really messed you up at the time of year that you were trying to do renewals. So we ended up saying, fine, we won't do rechecks last year. And we gave you this whole extra year. So hopefully you have still been diligently trying to get a new CDC authorization from everybody. It's critical that you are getting that and that you're going in and marking it on the person profile on the private tab so that we are going to start doing rechecks probably next month. And so if we don't see a check, if somebody's due for a recheck, so anybody that's been currently registered for 5 or more years, hasn't had a CBC in 5 or more years, we're going to recheck them. If we don't see that check mark on their profile, we're not going to recheck them. And there's going to come a point in time where we're going to send you a report that says, all these people need a recheck, but we're not able to submit it because we don't have proof that you have the authorization, and we're going to have you look them up and have you go into the profiles and make sure you mark it. So might as well start marking them now. And so, is there a thought to, well, we should keep the oldest one to know we have their approval back then? As long as we have the new one, and that is what we used to think. Yeah, you kept the oldest one, so we knew that in 2003 you gave us approval. The rule is on the retention that we've got to keep the most current one. So get rid of all the old ones, keep the current ones. So right now you shouldn't be mixing them. You should have a separate alphabetical file for all the brand new forms. So you got 2 files right now, and eventually this one's just gonna go away once this one's all full. Or maybe not go away. What I would do is I would scan them and save them digitally and get rid of the actual physical papers. So what happens with the online adult applications with who CBC is not checked? Well, we haven't had online registration for more than 5 years. We're only rechecking people from 5 years or more. So we don't have to worry about that right now. By the time we get to that 5-year mark where they'll need a recheck, we'll have a new system and we'll be able to record that. So that really doesn't matter. We're only rechecking people that have been registered for more than 5 years or more, that haven't had a background check in 5 years or more. So don't even worry about the new people and the new authorizations. We're not rechecking them. They just got checked. So we're going to move off of that. So, okay, let's go with citizenship requirements. Who can join the BSA? Anybody that lives in the United States. If you live in the United States or one of the U.S. territories, you can join the BSA. You know, am I a U.S. citizen? That's not what we're asking. Do you live in the United States? If you live in the United States, you can join. Now, also, we have councils that are serving U.S. citizens that live abroad, you know, mostly for military, but it could be that you're working abroad. So we do have council in the Transatlantic Council, and we also have the Far East Council, and we also have our council in Washington, D.C., the Bethesda National Capital Area Council, that also serves some of our overseas scouts. So you either live in the United States or one of the U.S. territories, or you are a U.S. citizen living abroad. You can join Scouts of America. So, Donnie, you want to get up and talk about youth joining requirements?
Sure. So youth joining requirements, we welcome all eligible youth, regardless of gender, race, ethnic background, sexual orientation, gender identification. So the joining requirements for the Cub Scout Pack, it's open to youth in kindergarten through 5th grade. So if you are joining as a lion in kindergarten, it's not based on, at this point, on your age. If you are in kindergarten, you can be a lion as long as you have your lion parent information. Tiger 1st grade, and your wolf 2nd, bear your 3rd grade, and webelow at 4th and 5th. Now you do all lion and tigers do have to have their AP and LP, and if for some reason that they do not have the parent as their LP or AP, and that person lives at a different address, then an adult application would be required by that. Let's say grandparents live at a different address than the lion or the tiger, then that grandparent would need to fill out a separate application. Do they need to fill out the social security number? No, they do not. Driver's license, no. They just need to fill out the basic information that's listed on the bottom portion of that youth application, which would be their address, their date of birth, phone number if they have one, preferably. But that's pretty much it, just that basic information, and that they're either an LP or an AP for that youth.
Right, and they're not going for a criminal background check.
Right.
Because they're technically not registered. So the reasoning is, on a youth application, the bottom part of the application is the parent information. Who's the parent of this youth? Who's giving permission? The parent, the legal guardian or legal guardian of this youth is filling out this application and consenting for their child to participate in scouting. We have their emergency contact information right there on the application. We have their parent or legal guardian signature saying, my child can join scouting. But I work nights, so Grandpa Joe is going to participate with my child. They're going to bring my child. They're going to be the adult partner. Great, we're fine with that. but we still need the application that the parent says, yes, my child can join. Here's my emergency contact information. Here's my acknowledgement that my child is joining scouting. Here's the application for the person that's going to be participating with them. That's very important that we know that the mom or dad has given Grandpa Joe permission to participate with their scout. So, and another thing that I wanted to add is Donna is absolutely right. When it comes to Cub Scouting, lions, tigers, bears, then it is based on their grade. Again, we got to have a modicum of common sense, because if a child joins kindergarten at 4 years old and we let them join Cub Scouts at 4 years old, they still cannot join a troop until they are 10, no matter what. 10 is the exception. It's really 11 years old. 11 years old to join a troop. But if you've completed the 4th grade and have earned your Arrow of Light, you can join at 10. And you really can't even get your Arrow of Light till you're at least 10 and a half. So technically you're not joining until you're 10 and a half. So if I let this kid join at 4 years old into a unit, they have to know, and the family has to know, and the family's going to get upset when they don't know until their child is 4th grade and all of their child's friends are moving up to the troop, and you have to say, oh wait, you're going to have to be in the pack for a year or two longer because you're not old enough. So we have to think about this, and your DEs and units have to be informed about this, that if you let them join too young, even though, yes, technically they're 4 years old in kindergarten, they still cannot join a troop until they are 10, have completed the 4th grade, and earn the Arrow of Light. But 10. You can say, well, they're 9 years old in the 4th grade and they earned the Arrow of Light. Well, you can't, because you can't earn the Arrow of Light at 9 years old. And sorry, they still can't join a troop. All right.
So one of the questions is if the parent would like to go out with a unit outing, then is a separate adult application necessary? If they're in Cub Scouting and they're attending a family camp out, they are not required to fill out an adult application. They are part of that youth's guardianship. And then as far as the parents' information being on the bottom portion of the youth app, I'm gonna let you.
It's parent information or legal guardian. If they're living with grandma because of custodial issues, grandma's the legal guardian. And so grandma's gonna fill out the bottom part of the application. So it's parent or legal guardian.
So if the legal guardian's address is different than the youth's address up at the top, they still are required to fill out a separate application.
That is correct. And yes, you know, yes, I understand sometimes kids live with a grandparent and they've never gone to the courts and the grandma became the legal guardian. But hey, the mom's not in my life at all, but I've never gone to court and got legal guardianship. Then do we say that family can't participate? No. You know, we're going to use some common sense here, and we're going to let the grandparent fill out the bottom. So there's times where there's gray areas. For the most part, most kids live with their legal guardian. Those few that live with somebody else and the parent's not involved and they can greatly benefit from scouting and they're living with grandma or aunt or uncle who aren't legal guardian, that's fine. Let them fill it out. And it's not your job as the registrar anyway to scrutinize every single one of those applications. There's not, you don't have enough time in your day, you know, to be able to do that. So we're telling you the rules and regulations that, you know, DE should be informed of, units should be informed of, what they should look for. And of course, if you see one that's glaringly wrong, then you should bring it to somebody's attention. Otherwise, we're not asking you to scrutinize every application to say, hey, wait a minute, they have different last names. Is that really the mom? You know, so do the best you can with the information we have. So adult applications for adult partners is just additional info, correct? Yes, that is correct. And you're right, Corinne, just attach it to the youth application. It's just letting us know that the parent is given permission for somebody else to participate, and here's that somebody else's information. That we're not doing a background check on them. Like Donna said, you don't need their social security number. It's just some contact information, gives us a little information on who this person is.
So enjoying a Scouts BSA troop, as Sandy was saying earlier, 4th, 5th grade, and you've earned your Arrow of Light and or at least 10, or you've completed the 5th grade and you're at least 10, or have earned the Arrow of Light. There's just all these ors and ands, but that's really important to look at those. So when you do register those youth in those troops, and especially troops, because they start earning towards their Eagles and earning merit badges, and if they don't meet the qualifications and they're earning merit badges, there might be an issue at that point for somebody looking at that profile saying they weren't old enough actually to earn that merit badge, or they didn't meet the requirements in order to do that.
Right, and Donna, this information is on every single youth application. So a parent, if they say, hey, but my child is 9, refer them right back to the application. Let's read that. Youth can be a scout if they've completed the 5th grade, okay, are at least 10. Oops, nope, your child's not 10. Or have earned the Arrow of Light, yay, your child earned the Arrow of Light and are at least 10. Nope, sorry, your child's not 10. Or are age 11. So it's not your rule. This is the BSA rule, and it's on the application.
Yeah, and it would be very, very disheartening for a youth that earned something earlier and now can't get his Eagle because there was no, he or she, they were too young to earn it. So, or they're age 11 but haven't reached 18. But we know now that there are some exceptions to that 18 as a UP. If they are a female or male going towards their Eagle and have the requirements in order to register as a UP and continue towards their Eagle. The Venture and Cruise Sea Scout ships, for young women and men, you want to be at least 13 years old and have completed the 8th grade, or 14 and not yet 21. So as long as they're not 21, they can register as a VP from 18 to 21. And they must fill out an adult application, take YPT, and meet all the qualifications as an adult would if they were going to register as in the BSA. So if you don't have that information, they cannot register, and you'll have to defect it out for them to take that youth protection training and provide their CBC disclosure authorization also.
Yeah, best case.
If they are over 18.
If they're 18 or over. 18 or over.
Right. So best scenario. So here's the slippery slope. You can't have them fill out an application before they're 18 because it's a contract and they're not 18. They can't fill out the adult application. So you can't do it ahead of time. So people say, well, why don't you just send them the application? They can't sign it and complete it until they are 18 years old. And if best case scenario, when they turn 18, the unit says, hey, Johnny, you're 18 now. I need you to fill out this application, take you to protection training. You're going for a background check. We're not going to get anything on their background check because, hey, they're 18 and youth information's not on the background check. But BSA says we do a background check on everybody 18 and older, every adult 18 or over. So we do one. So, but in reality, we know that doesn't happen. But at renewal time, the unit's going to catch it. The unit should catch it in the renewal process and get their application at their time. So perfect world, you're getting it the day they turn 18. Reality is it'll get caught at renewal if you don't get it then.
Yeah, so if in May they turn 18, your unit renews in December and they continue in that unit through December without that adult application and that CBC background check, you're good. Like Sandy said, perfect world versus not perfect world. So when the unit renews, there you go. You'll be able to, it'll give you on your renewal application report, it'll tell you who's turning, who's going to become a VP, who needs to go back for their adult application. So I would suggest on those renewals, just look at those drop reports and VPs and multiples, and it'll tell you.
So we have a couple of questions here. So one person wants to know if we record the Eagle extension, does the youth have to be moved to a UP? Yes. As soon as they turn 18, even though they have the extension. So they have to fill out the adult application. They have to take youth protection training. They're going to go for a CBC. You're going to have to get an application, and you go in and you change their position to UP. And then somebody asks, is the VP in the crew changing this year? Well, we've had a VP for many years.
Yeah, there's nothing out there currently that has said that VP is changing to anything else. And as far as the UP too, if you're going in there changing a position code in a unit to a UP from a youth without the adult application and the criminal background check, don't do that. That UP should never be used. That position should never be used unless you have the adult application, the criminal background check, and they've completed youth protection training. I do believe it'll allow you to do that, but that is not what that UP is for. That UP is to tell you that is an adult now. You need to take that all the requirements. And then that way, when they move into the UP, they're still considered a youth on your membership reports, and that's why that UP is there, and they can continue earning towards their Eagle.
Yeah. So the point is that they get put in your CBC submittal. You should not be submitting anybody for a criminal background check that you don't have an adult application and a CBC authorization for. So there's another question. I don't know that I understand it. What if the change to UP was made before the extension? It doesn't matter. The system's not checking the Eagle extension versus the UP position. It's two different things. If somebody's been granted the Eagle extension so they can continue to work on Eagle past 18, that's a separate process. Great, you report it. Now, when they turn 18, separate process. Get the application, go and change their position to UP. After you get the application, they've taken youth protection training, and you have the CBC authorization.
And that Eagle extension is going to sunset sooner than later. And 10 years from now, youth aren't going to be able to go in and say, I need an extension. That was a unique circumstance with bringing in young ladies into Scout BSA, and they granted that right for both boys or girls that joined after February 1st of 2019.
After the age of 16, but before the age of 18.
So I believe that's actually sunsetting probably next February 1st. I'm not positive on that sunset date, but it won't be something that you're going to have to remember probably a year from now to do, because it will not be an option.
But yes, the system's going to let you enter the Eagle for a UP position. Yes, the same thing, everything we're telling you here for people that have been given an Eagle extension is the same thing for youth participating beyond the age of eligibility because they have a disability that qualifies them to remain registered as a youth forever. Somebody told you that in a crew, that once they turned 18, they couldn't be considered as a youth anymore, even as a VP. Nope, VP, that's exactly what VP is. VP, UP, and VP, and there's soon to be EP and Explorers. That's exactly that position means that they are 18 years or older, but participating in a youth program. So still not changing. We've had it for years for VPs. We're adding it for exploring as EPs. Last year, we added it for packs and troops for anybody that's 18 or older participating in a youth program.
So venturing and exploring, the ages have always been up to 21, but not, I'll say up to 20, but not yet 21, because those programs allow you to continue as a youth through that age. Through the traditional Scouts BSA, that's never been an issue. You've never been able to get past 18. Once you turn 18, program's done, you should have earned your Eagle, and now you're an adult. Well, that's why we have the UP now, is to enable to extend that, but also as we do that, it counts those youth as members, those adults now still as youth members, And in venturing and exploring, they have always been considered a youth up to before they turn 21.
Yeah, and somebody said this is for COVID extension. You're right, I forgot. We
There is a
do
COVID
have a COVID extension for Eagle.
Yes.
Same thing applies. But they still, when they turn 18, they've been given the extension. It's your responsibility. Got to get an application, get them moved up to the UP position. Also, somebody said that they were getting mixed answers. They were told they couldn't record the Eagle once they turn 18. You can, but here's the deal, and you need to know this for everybody you have an extension on. If you have an extension, somebody's been granted an extension before they turn 18, even if they're not getting Eagle for a year, before they turn 18, so as soon as you get the extension approved, will be before they're 18, you need to go in and initialize the Eagle form. So when you go into the advancement and training tab, go down to the Eagle button, click on that, it will initialize the form. And then you'll be able to submit their Eagle electronically after the age of 18. Otherwise, if you wait until they're past 18, it'll say they're beyond the age of 18. So initialize the Eagle form before they turn 18. You don't have to complete it right then, but initialize it. And as far as not being able to enter the extension because you're getting an error or something, I suggest you contact member care, because you should be able to go in and record the extension. So there's got to be a one-off issue with that specific
And there is
person.
actually, if you don't go in there before you turn, I believe, once you turn, they have to be a UP in order to do that, but there's a time constraint there. So if you do call member care will do behind the scenes still to make sure that now you'll be able to see that COVID extension to get them their Eagle and move forward with that. But definitely, yes, member care will take care of that for you guys. Youth joining requirements. So an individual of any age who is developmentally disabled or cognitively impaired may be considered for youth program participation if a qualified medical professional is able to correlate cognitive abilities to less than the upper limit of the eligibility age. So that means, if they are wanting to join a PAC, that their ability must be to that age limit,
Right.
10 years old, and same thing goes with a troop.
You're right. Do you mind if I talk about this? Because there's a
Absolutely.
lot of membership standards concerns here. So a lot of things that I've seen happen in regards to membership standards. So participating in scouting beyond the age of eligibility is not an Eagle extension because something happened and I need 6 more months to work on my Eagle. That is an Eagle extension, and when they turn 18, they get registered as a UP so that they can continue to work on Eagle, and once they earn their Eagle, that extension is expired, and if they continue on in scouting, they're going to register as an assistant scoutmaster or in a venturing crew. So what we're talking about here, registering youth with disabilities, is meant to be permanent. So my kid is 17 years, 364 days old, and they don't have their Eagle requirement done. That's not, oh, let's register them as youth with disabilities. They have ADHD, so I'm going to register them as youth with, that's not what this is for. So it's meant to be permanent. They have a disability that is so severe that this precludes advancement. They're forever 8 years old in their mind, or they're forever 12 years old in their mind. That's what registering youth with disability is. So there are plenty of kids with disabilities that that when they turn 18, they can earn Eagle by the time they're 18. You know, a kid that's in a wheelchair or a kid that's blind, yes, they have a disability, but that does not mean they're going to have to be registered as a youth forever. But if you have a disability, a mental disability that you're never going to be be able to meet our leadership standards, then you're going to be registered as youth forever. You shouldn't do this for anybody if it's not going to be forever. So what I have seen on the membership standards side is, a youth that has Down syndrome, and the unit worked with him, and then when he was 28 years old, he earned Eagle. So then the unit said, "Oh, great, you earned your Eagle. Here's the next step. You're Assistant Scoutmaster now." That should have never happened, because then what happened is they had a youth protection violation because they didn't have the mental ability to be an adult leader. And we have, if you register them as an adult leader, you've got to hold them to all those standards. And so we had to end up revoking on that adult leader who should have never been registered as an adult leader. And now we had to take scouting away from him. But if we had left him registered as a youth with disabilities, he would have been held at a different standard. He wouldn't have had to meet leadership standards. So it's meant to be permanent. It's not meant to be for an ADD kid who just needs an extension for earning Eagle. And they're going to forever be registered as a youth. Another thing that I got to be involved with last year is this guy who is almost 40 years old. And the unit, when he turned 18, they just didn't know. So they just started registering him as an Assistant Scoutmaster. And for many, many, many years, registered as Assistant Scoutmaster. Then they go to the council and say, "Great news. Johnny finally completed everything for Eagle. He's 39 years old. Here's all the stuff." And the council's like, "But he's an adult. Adults can't earn Eagle." And so they called me, and I worked with other people here at the national office and said, "This isn't right. He should have never been registered as an adult. The unit didn't know. They weren't informed. The council hadn't informed them. We're not going to withhold Eagle from this individual because of an clerical error, an administrative error." So we had a talk with the family and explained to them, technically your son should have never been registered as an adult. He should have, and he still continued to participate as a youth. And so we were able to explain to the parents, he's going to have to make some changes to his uniform. We're going to register him as a youth. He can continue to participate as a youth. And he was awarded his Eagle, and he also got to participate in the Report to the Nation this year. And so that was really amazing. So don't do somebody a disservice. Don't register them if they're not so severely mentally disabled that and don't just register them that way. Give them the Eagle extension. But if they are mentally disabled, they will never meet our leadership standards. They will never have the mental capacity to be a leader. Then you need to register them always as if they have the mental ability of an 8-year-old, they're going to be registered in a pack. If they have the ability of a 12-year-old, then they're going to be registered in a troop. But they're always going to be registered as a youth. Things to remember. So we're looking at Down syndrome, autism. Now there are some very high functioning individuals with autism that could meet what is it, Asperger's. Sometimes Asperger's people might be able to meet. So it's always a question when you think about if this was the second leader in charge on a camp out and this emergency happened, there was a fire, there was a tornado, there's a bear come, will that person be able to protect these scouts? If the answer is, "Oh no, Johnny would never be able to do that," they don't meet the leadership standards, then they need to be registered as a youth.
So one of the questions here is, we have a scout that's approved for beyond the age of eligibility. He is now 18. I was told we had to register him as a UP and has to fill out an adult application to take youth protection and sign background authorization. Is this correct? How do I register them as a youth? You cannot register them as a youth beyond the age of eligibility.
So they are, that's the one thing I think people are not understanding. The VP position, the UP position, the soon-to-be EP position are all technically youth positions. They're participating in the youth program. They're getting counted in youth membership totals. They are not in a leadership role at all. But because the United States has said 18 years old, you're an adult, they are participating in a youth program, they are counting in youth totals, but we're going to register them in a venturing participant, PAC participant, troop participant position so that we can get an adult application, submit them for a background check, make them take youth protection training if they can, if they have the mental ability to take youth protection training. But for all intent and purposes, for you, they're a youth. They're participating as a youth, they're counting as a youth, but we are getting a background check because technically they're an adult. Hopefully that makes sense. So in order to register somebody as a youth with disability, you need to make sure that you have an annual and medical form must be filled out. You have to have all the correct forms. Somebody has to confirm that this medical condition, and you keep those forms forever with that application. The application that you get, keep it with it forever. So just think about medical conditions that may not qualify somebody to be a youth forever, then no, we're looking at an EAGLE extension.
So one of the other questions, is it okay to register the youth as a UP with an adult application before their EAGLE rank is recorded? So if you said they have an extension, you only want to register them as an adult if they're 18 or over. If they're not 18 yet, are you still, oh, they may be still typing here. If they're not 18 yet, you do not want them filling out an application, an adult application, nor CBC authorization.
And we got to think of these as two separate things. This person has been granted an EAGLE exception, an extension, EAGLE extension. Going to go in, you're going to record that they've been granted an EAGLE extension. You're going to initialize their EAGLE form before they turn 18. This individual has turned 18. They might not have an EAGLE extension. They might not be going for EAGLE, but they are 18 years old, and for whatever reason, they're a youth with disability or they've been granted an EAGLE extension. Now I've got to get them registered. So we need to get them registered as an adult. It's the words, Tom. It's the play of words that get confusing.
It's almost like transferring, so you're not transferring your youth registration to a UP registration. You're actually registering as a UP, as a youth position, which will allow him or her to continue earning their EAGLE. The UP position is what allows them to continue earning and be counted as a youth in order to get that EAGLE. If you put them in as in an adult position, an SA, let's say, you are no longer going to be able to do anything with their EAGLE because you've now put them in as an adult in that position. As long as you have the UP, they're still going to be considered a youth.
So if you are in a PAC, or you are in a troop, or you are in a crew, when you turn 18, if you're still going to continue in the youth program because one, still working on my EAGLE and I've been granted an exception, or two, I'm a youth with disability, or three, in venturing and soon to be in exploring, I can continue on until I'm 21 years old. I've got to get an adult application and CBC authorization and youth protection training. If you're registered as a UP or an EP or a VP, you're counting in the youth totals, you're participating in the youth program. Okay.
There's one about the adult leader I'll read it. We have a physically disabled adult that has in the past been registered as an assistant scoutmaster. He does not seem to be able to cognitively pass the YPT on his own. Is he eligible for the YPT exception as an adult leader?
He should not be registered as an adult leader. So that's a conversation you need to have with the unit and you're going to need to have with his family. If he cannot comprehend youth protection training, he cannot be a leader of youth. He needs to be registered as a youth with a disability. So anybody that cannot comprehend youth protection training does not meet the BSA's leadership standards. So the answer to that is no. And you need to rectify him being registered as a leader because he didn't meet our standards. And that's putting our youth at risk. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about adult program participants. Maybe this will answer some more of the questions. On turning 18 years old, individuals participating in a youth program because they have a disability, or because they're continuing to work on Eagle, or because they're in a program that you can be in until you're 21 years old. Must be completed an adult application, take youth protection training, go for a background check once they turn 18 years old. So the new position UP, Packs and Troops, VP, we've been using since 2015. Everything you've been doing for VP, so just think about that same thing with the Packs and Troops. You've been doing it successfully in crews since 2015 for 5 years. Same exact step, process, reasoning for Packs and Troops. So August of this year, we're going to have the EP position, and explorers, once they turn 18, must comply all the same way as your venturing participant. So there are times where you have a youth with disabilities that don't have the mental capacity to take or comprehend, or taking youth protection training may create more questions and cause more problems than it would ever do to help them in this program. They're never going to be in any kind of leadership role. They cannot comprehend this training. Then yes, they are granted an exception. These aren't youth that have an Eagle extension. They can take youth protection training. 16-year-olds that are going out to work at camp take youth protection training. So here is the youth protection training exemption request form that can be completed, and then we'll go in and grant that exception, kind of like a social security number exemption, and then they can register. But guess what? They still have to fill out an adult application. They're still going for a background check. This exemption is only because of youth protection training without the mental capacity to understand. Now, there are going to be very few rare times. You may have a long tenured scout who has maintained an affiliation and a registration with your council for the past 80 years. They're in a nursing home. They are never going to be around youth. They don't have the ability to take youth protection training. Then fill this out, give us the reason, and we're probably more likely going to grant that exception also. So just send it in. You know, we may say yes, we may say no. But if it's a youth with disability, sure, tell us what is the disability, you know, and we're going to go in and grant it and not make them take youth protection training. Okay, do you want to talk about the application, or you want me to? Okay, so let's talk about this youth application. We talked about it a little bit before. Now, up here at the top, we want to know the information about the youth. And again, we talked a little bit earlier about, you know, what gender do you put on here for a youth? Well, you put the gender that they identify as. And in regards to a youth, this is where it's going to get a little confusing. So it could be that they go by a different name. And for a youth, it really doesn't matter because they're not going for a background check. But when it comes to adults, we have to have their full legal name in order to do an accurate background check. So we're not doing one right now on a youth. But if you let them register as Daphne, and now they're 18 and they're going to become an assistant scoutmaster, and they've never had their name legally changed, we're going to have to register them under their legal name. So that can kind of get confusing there. Because if we do a background check on Daphne, we're not going to get anything because their legal name is still Donald. So if you have more questions on that, you know, shoot me an email. You're not going to have very many of these, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time because these are only the tiny little one-offs. Most of you won't even have this issue, but if you do, just keep that in mind. So the top part of the application is for the youth information. The bottom part is for the parent or legal guardian. It doesn't say who's bringing them to scouting. So that's parents' approval or legal guardian's approval. Again, mom would come with common sense. If they live with the grandma, mom's out of the picture, but they're not legal guardian, that's okay. So it's important that we know if there's an emergency, how do we, something happens at camp, how do we get in contact with the person that, that Johnny lives with? And information on the application, you say what's important for me and membership standards, and I would say everything. If it wasn't important, we wouldn't ask for it. But, you know, we definitely have the bare minimum that you must fill out, would be their name, their address, their date of birth, their gender, their grade, because we have grade requirements and age requirements. So those are going to be bare minimums. Do I have to have the parent information if this is a 17-year-old venture? Technically, no, to register it. I don't know why you would, because you'd want to have some contact information, but technically you could register it without parent information as long as a parent signs the application. So it's all good, useful information for the council. It's all information that is important for the protection of youth and making sure we have contact information. So let's talk about the adult leader joining requirement. So again, it's open to everyone. Anybody can, as long as you live in the United States or one of its territories, or you're a U.S. citizen living abroad, you can join, but you also have to meet the leadership standards. And we talk about that, the moral, educational, emotional qualities that the BSA deems necessary. So you always, like I said, think about it. How are they going to be able to react in an emergency situation? Do they have the mental capacity to take care of youth? There's times where councils will deny or revoke somebody's registration because, they don't have a mental disability, but hey, they don't really meet our leadership qualities. They scream and yell at kids or something like that. But basically, for most adults, they've got to abide by the Scout Oath Law and Scouter Code of Conduct, subscribe to the precepts of the Declaration of Religious Principle, reside in the United States, one of the territories, be 21 years old. For most positions, there's a few assistant positions, that's 18. Must take youth protection training. The national rule is every 24 months. So your council or your state might require it every year, and that's okay. Our system is programmed to check for every 24 months. Subject to change, maybe we should start making it at renewal every year. I don't know. But they must review the disclosure authorization, sign that last page, and take leaders position specific training. So the national rule, they don't have to have the leader position specific training in order to register. Like they don't have to take the training as soon as they register, but some councils do require it, and that's okay. Your council has that choice. So we hope to add those features in the system as we get off the ScoutNet and get totally on the AKLO system that will allow councils to be able to customize and say, don't allow the posting of any adult that doesn't have current YPT every 12 months or that hasn't taken leader-specific training. But again, we got to get off this system and onto a new system. So who approves units? Adults. So that would be the COR, the Chartered Organization Representative or Institutional Head. It's their unit. They approve all the leadership. That means that the unit is doing telephone reference checks and checking people's references, and they're saying, hey, I know a little bit about this person. They're approving the leader, and the council, they don't know this person, and so the council is like, okay, the unit wants them. We don't know anything bad about them, then we're going to go ahead and go by what the chartered organization wants. Now, there are times that they'll approve an application and the person will clearly have answered yes to one of the screening questions, and it gets to the council and it's like, sorry, we don't allow registered sex offenders to be registered, even if it was 20 years ago. So ultimately, the council gets the final say. And even above that, sometimes we have to contact the council and say, nope, they're on our volunteer screening database, they can't be registered. We are making a change to online registration. So that change, we'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow, will be so units in online registration, units will be able to this fall designate somebody else in the unit to approve. So if the COR is not able to log in and approve an adult leader, they'll be able to designate somebody else, another registered adult in the unit, to be able to go in and approve adult applications. So currently right now, only the COR can log in and do that. So for council and district volunteers, so when you have an adult leader in a unit, COR is approving, the unit is approving, they don't answer yes to any other criminal questions, then fine, the council doesn't even need to sign the application like you used to in the past. But if it's a council or a district volunteer, or if the adult has answered yes to any of the criminal screening questions, then the scout executive or designee must sign the adult application approving it. So when we're talking about council and district volunteers, you know, everybody reports to somebody. They're all a unit of volunteers. And what I mean by that is you have your unit, typical unit, it's a troop, and there's a scoutmaster and a COR and a CC. So when you have unit commissioners, they're a unit of volunteers and they report to somebody. They report to the district commissioner. So there is somebody that everybody reports to. And that can be approving the application. So I would say district commissioners are going to approve unit commissioner applications, and your district training team, or some councils have a dean of merit badge, would be the person assigning a merit badge counselor's application. So it doesn't always have to be, you know, the scout executive doing it, but it's going to be the appropriate person approving the application. So in regards to the criminal questions, it's going to be the scout executive or designee. And again, that's not the registrar. The designee is going to be a top level professional. It's going to be deputy scout executive, assistant scout executive, DFS, and it could be the DE. The scout executive would give the DE the right to be able to sign off on those applications. Because bottom line is, even if they sign it, we're going to do a criminal background check, and if anything comes back, the scout executive would see it and then be able to deny or revoke the registration at that point. So adult leader applications should not be processed. Remember this, registrars, at renewal time if you don't have the updated CBC authorization, and also if they have not taken youth protection training. So do you have to have the paper certificate? No. If you're able to verify through online systems, meaning if they go online and take youth protection training overnight, it automatically updates ScoutNet, PAS, their person profile. If you can see that they've taken youth protection training on their person profile, no, you don't have to have the paper youth protection training certificate on file. Any questions on any of that?
There's a couple more questions just about clarifying for disabilities and the UP about needing the adult application in YPT. So is somebody who's over 18 with a disability registering as a youth, do they need an adult application?
Yes.
But they don't need to take youth protection.
That's correct. You're 18, no matter what. You need an adult application, CBC authorization, and youth protection training, unless you have a disability that keeps you from being able to comprehend it.
Somebody asked what documents are needed to be marked disabled.
So you have to go into their person profile and record what their disability is. So on their person profile, on the demographics tab, there's a place to record their mental disability, physical disability. But again, physical disability is not going to keep you registered beyond the age of 18 as a youth member. It's more cognitive mental disabilities.
Is there a UP pay rate?
It's the same as youth.
As youth.
So UP, VP, EP will charge you the youth rates because they're participating in the youth program and counting as youth.
They're asking, is there a 30-day allowance for YPT for online registrations?
Currently, today, no, there's not. We did away with that 30 days. No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Sorry.
Does it direct them to my.scouting?
I'm gonna reboot my head here. So several years ago, we did away. There is no 30-day exception for paper applications or online applications, period. No registrar should post an adult without current YPT. No unit should go in and approve an adult without current YPT.
I think what was happening was you had adults that were going on into the online renewal for just additionals, being able to register and not having to take YPT, and then it would give them a 30-day window to take it, and that's how the online applications world was working. Now, as far as like if that's changed or not, it's still allowing them to do that, I don't know.
So units had to be trained, and this was part of the training from the very beginning of online registration. Units needed to know they should not accept an adult without proof of youth protection training. And we instructed units how they could go in. If somebody came and said, here's my application and here's my proof of youth protection training, we gave units instructions on how to enter the youth protection training into my.scouting, the online registration portal, before they approved the application. So we have now changed that they cannot approve. Units will no longer be able to approve any adult application that does not have youth protection training. So units can either say, oh, sorry, and enter the youth protection training, or they can go back to the adult and say, you need to go online and take youth protection training. Yes, part of the online registration says you need to take youth protection training. Then when you submit your application, you get a welcome email that says, thank you for submitting your application. Here's the link. Click this link to go take youth protection training. So they do get notified both in the application process and via email after they submit their application. Changing online registration so units can no longer approve adults without youth protection training.
There's one question basically boiling down to if an extension doesn't somehow get put in the system before somebody turns 18, how do you go about doing that extension?
I don't know the answer to that, but we'll get the answer and we'll email it to everybody. Don, if you want to write that down, we're getting them two answers. We're getting them the answer on legal extension past the age of 18. And are we going to add anything to ScoutNet to help them figure out who they have an updated form for or not? CBC form. And you're correct in saying that when you put in a new adult without YPT, you, a registrar, cannot post it because you get an error. Same thing in online registration now, adult. Units will not be able to approve an application for adult without YPT. All right, we just have a couple of minutes. I'm going to go over this application because it's going to put us in a good spot. So if I go over 1 or 2 minutes, bear with me here. So on an adult application, there's a lot of information here. And you see this is the brand new one that we have done where you can do a digital signature here. And it will come up and it'll give you your options for the digital signature using a service that's going to verify. But when you look at this application, what's important? Everything, or we wouldn't ask for it. So most importantly, full legal name. If you submit somebody, if you enter somebody without their full legal name, you are not getting a valid background check because we don't have criminal records for Bubba Smith. We have them for Ronald Craig Smith. So full legal name, we want your home address. Your P.O. box doesn't help us. We need your home address because that's also used in a background check. Need your date of birth, your social security number. Hey, my brother-in-law is a lawyer and said you can't ask it for it. Yes, we can. We're a private organization. We can ask for whatever we want. Joining BSA is a privilege, not a right. We want to know, so everything here is not going to get put into the system But it's all useful information. It's useful either to the unit when they're determining if they think this person meets their standards, and important to the national office or local council if they meet the BSA's leadership standards. So that means references. That means previous scouting history. That means, oh my gosh, why is this person in 10 youth serving organizations? Is that a red flag? Why do they need to be around? Why are they trying to be around so many youth? That actually is a red flag. Here's the criminal questions. Now, note, it says, have you ever been arrested for? We don't say, so if somebody says no, and they're like, well, the charges were dropped. That's not what the question is. The question is, were you ever arrested for it? Because we can see that in some county checks and that we can see all the arrest records. Doesn't mean what your final disposition was. So it opens the door for conversation. So just because you answer yes to some of these questions doesn't mean you can't get into scouting. But if somebody doesn't open the door for conversation, then your council might decide, hey, I don't know if I want them for a leader. There are times that somebody may answer no because they had it expunged, but it still shows up on their CBC. So it is true that once you have something expunged, the attorneys are going to tell you, you no longer have to answer yes. But criminal records sometimes go back and pick it up if it hasn't been totally wiped out of the state records yet, the system yet. So filling out this application in entirety, initialing there in the middle, you're going to say, why do I have, should I defect it if I don't have those initials? I work in membership standards. I'm going to say yes. Yes, I would. Because when we show up, if there's litigation, which there rarely is litigation, but if there is litigation, the first thing the attorneys say is, I want to see Sandy Trevino's application. They want a copy of it. Courts want a copy of it. The lawyers want a copy of it. And they're going to say, oh, they weren't aware that they had to believe in religious principle. Well, yes, they did because they initialed it right here. So I wouldn't accept an application that's not complete. Now, do I have to keep putting my social security number on here if I'm transferring or I'm registering in a new position or transferring to a different unit? No. Once we have it recorded in the system, it's in the system. So if they're transferring from the pack to the troop, no, they don't have to put it down again. Also, if an adult doesn't feel comfortable writing their social security down because they don't want to hand it to the unit and then they know the unit's going to pass it around to different people to sign, fine. They can put a note on there to the council that says, call me. The council can call them and get their social security over the phone. So somebody that doesn't want to provide it here, give them the different methods of how they can provide it. And also one of the ways is if they choose to go on the online registration, well, then you should use our online system because that's more secure and you're entering it in there and nobody's going to see it. You know, is what I would do in that case.
There's one quick question. Somebody said that if they receive an application without initials or the questions, they've emailed the person asking for the info for them to approve it. Is that acceptable?
That is acceptable, but what do you have to do? Got to print that out, put it with the application. So if you send them an email and say, I notice you did not initial and you spell out, do you consent to these? And they say yes, you're printing that out and putting it with the application and keeping it forever. Okay, and application is not complete without taking youth protection training and without signing this CBC authorization. So again, whoever created this, they didn't put the digital signature because we don't accept digital signatures on the CBC authorization form. Got to collect new forms from everybody before you post their 2021 registration. So this is in our language. I want y'all to know that. A lot of people were upset. Here's the funny thing. This is the same authorization that's on the application that they didn't question, but once it gets emailed to them, they all decide to read it finally. And now they're upset and they're like, well, you never told me this. Well, I signed it in the first place and you didn't question it. This is legal language that is required by the Fair Credit Reporting Act. It's not BSA's language. If it was BSA's language, we would make it very short and simple and tell them, we do a criminal background check, a sex offender check, social security validation. That's what we do. We don't do a motor vehicle check. We don't check on your credit. We don't check on your character, but that is required to be in there. So when people say, but this is what it says, you've got to explain to them legal language that's required by the Fair Credit Reporting Act. But what I can tell you is the VSA only does criminal check, social security verification, registered sex offender check. That's all we do. So people that want to go and change it and mark it out and say, you do not have my permission to do additional checks, well, then you can't register. You know, if somebody went on here and crossed off the part that says you're doing a credit check, I'd accept it because we're not doing a credit check anyway. But if they cross off the part that says you can't do additional checks without asking me first, you can't accept that because we don't have the means and process to be able to notify every single person before we do a background check. So one thing to remember, we're the BSA, we're a nonprofit organization. We're not corporate America. We don't have unlimited resources and money. We've got to do the background check, the best background check that we can do, and at the cost we can bear. And we bear all the cost here at the national office. So in order to do that, that's why we ask for social security number. That enables us to get a really, really good background check. Can a background check be done without it? Sure, but it's not one we can afford. So I'm just being straightforward there. We got to think about some of those things at time when people compare us to other organizations and that. They also pass on the fees to Little League. Yeah, but they passed on the fee and you had to pay for your background check with Little League. We're paying for it all. So any questions? If not, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. And then we'll come back and talk about background checks.
They're all state specific. They said, what about the 2 pages that go with the CDC?
We just need the sign page.
Yeah, you don't.
We only need the sign page. You don't have to turn, they don't have to turn in the disclosure pages, just the authorization page.
They're in a council in Maine, and they were told in October that any CBC referencing California in the body is expired.
The only thing I can think, Trey, that they're talking about is when our legal counsel here said, if you're not California and that person doesn't live in California, you don't have to give them the California disclosures. It's the only thing I can think of. But we're not going to print different applications for every state. That's not a cost that this organization can bear. So yes, we have California disclosure on the adult application because we're not going to print Oklahoma applications, California applications, Maine applications. And yes, there are more requirements. Pennsylvania, you have a lot more requirements. So it's your responsibility, your counsel's responsibility to be aware of any additional background check requirements in your state.
Okay, I think the way we can solve this is if you just make a note to send them again the current background check authorization. That way they know if it isn't the
So
same.
if they go on to their resources, registration forms, they're gonna find the adult application on there. The adult application has the newest CBC disclosure authorization, which will have all of that information. And that was on slide like 3 or 4, I think. So go into their MyBSA resources registration and they should be able to find it. But I will make a note also.
Yeah, I don't think they've published the digital, the application with the digital signature, so we can definitely email that to everybody because that was just done.
And what time are we wanting to reconvene?
1 o'clock.
Everybody at 1?
Bye. All right, I gotta put that down because I can still hear me.
Council, which means as a unit brings in their applications, the renewal paperwork, you're gonna receive that in. You're gonna check the paperwork to make sure they have all the required information, generate a receipt, and the payment received by the unit when they
Okay,
bring.
stop. Donna. They just now got sound back.
Oh,
So Donna's gonna start over.
all right.
So start over, Donna.
Here we go. So Tim is amazing, I'll tell you that. It's always a pleasure working with him, and what a great opportunity for us all to learn more about the Exploring program. I learned stuff that I didn't know, so again, thanks to Tim a lot. So the first step in receiving your paper registrations, when they're bringing in the paperwork, not going online to register or registering, maybe processing the renewal online, but they have new applications that they need to bring in, or they didn't pay online, so they're going to bring payment in. So this is going to cover all of that as we go through this. So at the council level, the registrar is going to receive the paperwork from the unit, which would be your renewal application. It could be just applications in general. You're going to generate a receipt based on what they brought in. Could be 1 or 2 applications or an entire unit. And then you're going to transfer, if you have that set up, transfer fees from the unit account for each group of those applications or renewals, if you have a unit set up like that. You're going to attach the receipt and all the registration paperwork, and then you're going to, as a registrar, review the paperwork to make sure that everything that was turned in it can be processed, and making sure that there's nothing missing.
And this kind of goes back, Donna, to what Tom was talking about earlier this morning. This may work differently in your council. You know, if you're a tiny little council, you are the front desk person. You are receiving the money. You are processing the registrations. You're depositing the money. You're doing it all. In a larger council, you may have a different front desk person who receives the registrations, enters it into Cellwise, batches it up, and takes it to the registration department. And so just know it could be a little different in your council.
Yeah, absolutely. When I think of registrars, I think of a registrar taking one hat off, putting it here, putting the other hat on, bringing in the paperwork. All right, hang on, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna put it on the bookkeeper now. Now I'm doing this. So that's what I think in the majority of circumstances, and I'm sure you guys all feel that too. And Sandy's absolutely right. There's some really large councils that can't do it that way, absolutely, and they have different people that handle those. So in regards to that, yeah, you'll only do part of this, but if you're doing all of it, then you're definitely going to have those that you're going to check the paperwork, receipt it in, and then you're going to take it from there, unless you're handing it over to a different person. And you have a Cellwise receipt. There are some that don't use Cellwise. There are some that use a service called Tatasa, or they use a different type of receipting process. I know Cellwise also, you can, there's thermal receipts, or you can set up your machine to run an 8.5 by 11 paper. You can set up your hotkeys to register, to set it up as a unit hotkey, unit liability hotkey, or you can set it up as a registration adult hotkey, those kinds of things. Those kind of things. So depending on how you guys run your receiving fees, you can do that. There's some that just receipt it as one big lump, $1,700, and then you figure it out without having those hotkeys.
Makes
It's
it a little harder
Yeah.
for you when you're reconciling.
Yeah,
at
I'd
the
say
end of the
it's
day.
much easier to have your hotkey set up and work it out on that versus a one lump sum for sure.
Their battery died.
Oh, yeah, no, it's still in there. There it goes. There you go. Perfect. So routing sheets, even though you do not need a routing sheet for all units, it certainly can be helpful for the DE whenever they're out in the field. Oh, sorry. When they're out in the field and they're collecting money or they're collecting all the paperwork to bring into the council. So in regards to this, if you have a routing sheet, and I believe there's one in the guidebook, is that correct?
There is. You can create it and generate anything you want, but there is a sample one that you can use. So just like you said, if a DE's out there collecting money, or unit commissioner's out there collecting money, or you're a larger council, so you have a front desk person that people deliver the paperwork to, you know, it really does help when they're doing a quick check of to make sure they have the fees and the applications and all the signatures.
So if you don't have a routing sheet and you're looking for an example or a sample of one, then check your registration guidebook. And you can always create one yourself. You could use this as an example, go into Excel and create one Excel, or if you have software in a PDF format, you can actually create a PDF with that. Of course, that's a little more expensive in that software, but there are different options that you can take in regards to how you want to receipt money in and paperwork. And this just happens to be an example of one of them. You can remove or add things to this just to make your life a little bit easier. So your routing sheets for your council funding units, this is definitely something that you will need, and I would suggest, in my opinion, you use exactly this form here and don't revise it, because this is what is required whenever you are receiving in and registering a council funded unit. You may say, well, I need the top of it to look a little different, where you're receiving money in. I guess you could revise that if you wanted, but everything else below that really needs to remain the same. All the verbiage underneath the signature lines, all the signatures required, and the reason for the request. But this is definitely necessary in order to post and bring it and get this this type of unit, a council funded unit, posted.
Yeah, this meets all the minimum requirements for the routing sheet, and you know, it will be updated sometime soon with the new charter fee and removing the accident insurance, because you're no longer charging accident insurance. You're charging a per person council fee in there. So it will be revised, but I agree, Donna. This meets the requirements. I wouldn't mess too much with it.
Yeah. So when you're validating registration, the first thing you want to make sure that you check is verify that the renewal date, the term, and all the fees indicated. Also that the required leadership has been filled, which would be your committee members, your unit leader, your committee chair, your CR, and a DIN leader, assistant leader. So those are the required positions. You have 5 required positions. The CR can multiple as a CC or an MC. If you only have one MC and the CR is not multipled in another position, you can put that CR in as a committee chair or a committee member. You want to also check to make sure that all the age requirements have been met and that anybody that is 18 years or older has turned in an application, an adult application, along with their CBC authorization and taken their YPT. If they are moving to an SA, sometimes we forget, hey, even though they're renewing, they still need that application in order to put them in the unit as now that adult position as an assistant scoutmaster. Let's see, all individual applications should have a complete address. If there's any of the address that is missing, it would need to be defected, or in some cases, if you have enough of the address, you can always Google it and find out what the remaining address is, but it needs to be a complete address. Of course, in regards to an adult, it needs to be a complete address so that as we process the criminal background checks, it also looks at the addresses that that person has lived at in their previous history. Although applications have to have social security numbers and include a signed disclosure authorization form. It's really important that you may have a social security in the system that's never had a CBC ran. And if you don't have that criminal background authorization form, and First Advantage requests for that form to see if we have received it, and we have not, however, we've run a background check on that individual, there is a little bit of a fine incurred if you've run a background check on anyone that has not signed that CBC authorization. So it's really important to keep that. And also, Sandy said, as you receive those in, I used to keep binders. I used to process all the national employees and committee members and retirees. And so I kept binders of all the hard copies of the CBCs, the disclosure authorizations, in alphabetical order. You know, putting them in files is great, but after a while you kind of run out of room. If you have big binders, it works well. But however you find it best for you, of course, is up to you. But I was able just to locate it a little bit easier, keeping them in binders, unless you can figure out how to do it digitally. And of course, that's always the easiest option. On item numbers, on check item number 6 on the adult application, that's 6A through F. Every one of those questions need to be answered. If you get an application and any one of those is not answered, it needs to be defected back out so that you can get that individual to complete it and answer all of those questions. If they answered yes to any of those questions, it needs to be brought to the scout executive's attention or the designee to look at it to see if they need to have a conversation with the individual, or they may look at it and say, well, he said he was pulled over for not having his car registered in 15 years ago. And at that case, he's like, move on, let's we don't need to do anything with it. But if it is something severe enough, maybe a DUI in the last 2 years, he may say, hey, we need to talk to him, and we'll kind of go from there after the conversation. So there are things that you can, that the SE would want to look at that you may not think that it is a big issue, but for him or her as a scout executive, it's a good opportunity for them to have a conversation, just to kind of talk about the history and why they answered yes and that kind of thing. So the number of youth members should be checked to determine if they have a minimum number of paid youth required to determine the correct amount of fees due. So you want to make sure that you have the minimum number, or if you have over 100. I mean, so there's different amounts here that you want to make sure that if you have the minimum amount, which would be 5, you want to make sure you have the correct amount of fees. The adults and youth moving from one unit to another at recharter time, they may need to pay a full registration fee. In most instances, if an adult or youth is moving from one renewal to another, they're going to have to pay fees. I don't find it very often that they're transferring from one renewal to the other, because most of them are expiring within the same period of time. So you want to verify that for sure. And if they're overlapping, let's say it's a December 1st, 2020 effective date, and they're going to move into a unit that has an effective date of January 1st, 2021. Well, that means if they're doing that, they're going to have to pay the difference. They have 1 month of transfer, and then the 11 other months, they would have to pay the prorated fee as you transfer them over. And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to tell you that you are going to have to pay that difference now because it's set up in the system that way.
That's right. So gone are the days where councils used to stagger their packs and troops, right, so they can transfer them and get more registration for the Cub Scouts and a troop without having to pay more. You now have to pay. It was just lost revenue to the VSA. So you do have to pay the extra registration term.
So you also want to check your Boys Life subscription and fees magazine term. So if you have somebody that's new to a unit coming in 6 months, you want to make sure that you're only charging them for 6 months. If they are coming in as a transfer and they don't have Boys Life, you want to make sure that you give them the 11 months or the 12 months if that's what they paid for. If they are transferring into a unit and they have Boys Life in that unit, they're only going to get that 1 month of Boys Life if they're only paid through the end of that term. So I'm sure fees are different as you receive them in, and that's what you want to check to make sure whatever term of Boys Life they've chosen is what they're getting charged for. And all applications should include the appropriate signatures, and basically your unit leader for any youth that's being registered into the unit, and the parent signature. And then also for adults, you want to make sure that the CR has signed the application for approval for them to be in the unit. So some of the questions I get are how if I have more than one person entering registrations at the council, and I need to kind of track how much we're putting in every day. And it's a little difficult in ScoutNet because there's no reports that you can pull that show a user and how many they put in, because we are identified by our login. So there's not really a whole lot of opportunity for us to pull reports out. So if Sandy enters 30 registrations today and I enter 40, you can't pull that out of ScoutNet, although I can see she ordered. It was her that posted 30 because it has her user ID. So this is just a tip here for tracking posted registrations if you don't already have something set up and you want to track it. My suggestion would you create an Excel spreadsheet, and you also, if you have a Google, one of the shared Google Cloud, any of those to where someone can use an Excel spreadsheet, whether you're or OneDrive,
Sure.
you use OneDrive. So as you're entering, it doesn't matter if somebody's in it or not, it's just going to continually update it. It would be their responsibility. So if you've got 4 registrars entering registrations for the day, and you are responsible for those 4 registrars, then you relay to them, hey, so this is what we're going to try for a while. If they're not used to it, especially, hey, so we're going to try for a while. For every registration you put in, I want you to log in to OneDrive, and I just want you to enter real quick that what you put in. So this is just an example. You can create it however you like. You put the name of what you put in. Was it an additional, a renewal, a multiple, a position change? If you want them to put everything in so you can just kind of see what kind of workflow is coming through your council, then even if it's a position change, a multiple, renewal, whatever it may be, it would be listed on here. You list the date that you posted it, the document, the processor who put it in, what type of unit it is, Patrick, routine, and the number, and then how many paid youth and adults that they entered with that registration, and what registration type it was. And then also, if you want to kind of track what you put into the day for reconciling purposes too, you can use this when you receive your EFT the next day. You can kind of compare this to your EFT. Hey, okay, I see that we entered, $8,000 yesterday, and on your EFT it only shows 3. So there's some sort of discrepancy there. So it kind of gives you an opportunity to look at your fees that are being put in, what's being calculated on the EFT. And then if you want to also list it by district or have a district on there, you can sort this by district, and then you can actually send this out to your DE responsible for that district to say, hey, so this is what you turned in, and this is what we put in for you today. And so they can kind of track what's been put in and what's still remaining in membership also, especially youth, on what still needs to be entered. So if it's getting towards the end of the month, and the DE said I have 40 youth that I could have put in, and it looks like 30 got put in, and we still have 10 more. So it's just a good opportunity for tracking purposes if you're looking at what you're doing every day workflow wise. Same thing for defective registrations. Just a tip. I know defectives can be a bear to keep track of. just because as you work defectives, you're putting them in a folder, you're putting them aside, you're gonna address those as time goes by. You go to your monthly or your weekly staff meetings, you've got folders for all the DEs. And in this instance, if you have a defective, you can always put the information in this tracking sheet the same way you did the other one, that I showed you, and then the reason why it was defective. And then also the processor, the date it was defective, unit type, unit number, how many youth and adults were defected as part of that, and also what it was and how much unposted money was part of that defective. So that means you received, say $1,500 for that renewal. It goes into this spreadsheet, and then you can look at this spreadsheet later and wonder, why do I have in my registration account $8,000 sitting there? Well, if you look at your defective report, you can see, well, I've got $8,000 sitting here waiting to post once I get these defectives resolved. So these are just kind of tips for tracking entry of registrations and posting, and then also your units that have not been posted because they're defective. This also can be sorted by district if you add the district to this, and also given to your DE, the DE during those weekly staff meetings in an Excel format. Now you can still have those folders aside, but in an Excel format, you can give this to them to say, okay, these are your defectives, and then they can follow through on them with the unit. So when you have applications that contain incomplete or incorrect information, what form do you use? This is definitely a tool that you can use, and it kind of works the same way. Now, this isn't mandatory, but it kind of works the same way as that Excel spreadsheet, except in this instance, I think there's a little more work involved, whereas in the spreadsheet, you have all this information. It's all in one row, and maybe a little bit easier to fill out. So it's really just a tip. It's how you guys want to handle those defectives, and it's something maybe you can talk about as a council. What's going to work best, because I know defectives, like I said, can be a challenge, and trying to find the best way to handle that is not always easy. So if you guys as registrars have suggestions out there that you can put out there in that registrar group, also you want to email me with some suggestions, I'm definitely open to those. But again, these are just tips on how to continue to work those defectives and move on. So as you work those defectives, and maybe you can resolve some of it, you change those notes in your defective tracking report. Maybe you were able to resolve part of it, but not all of it. You just change the notes real quick. I was able to post 3 additional youth, but 2 of them were still defective. Update it, move on, and then that's way you can just keep track of it until that defective is completed. Charter renewals for paper renewals. So approximately 2 months before the unit expiration date. Now we all know there's a 30, 60, and 90-day window, and I think most councils have chosen and elected to use the 90-day window now. And so as you get closer to that, you want to go into the reports and pull out all of the you want to look at your access codes, pull those out. In most instances, paper renewals I don't really see very often, and you guys probably don't unless it's a Scout Reach program. So really in this instance, if you're going to send paper renewals or you receive paper renewals in, those are going to probably be one-offs. In most instances, it's going to be your internet rechartering, and depending on your council's internet renewal window, you want to generate those access codes and start outlining the letter that you want to send out. I find that sending it out digitally now works very well, and you guys might find it's better to send out the paper renewals, either having your roundtables or your roundups and then handing them out that way. But again, there are different ways to do it. We do it all digitally and through emailing it to the key 3 with all the information required, access codes, charter organization, the district, any links that they might find useful, such as JTE, the Internet Charter Renewal Portal, all in a digital format. So what should you include with your charter renewal letter? So where do you go to renew online? So if it's in a digital format where you're emailing it, you could put the link in there. When is it due by? Of course, you could put whatever due date that you guys are requiring for them to have it turned in by. And what also needs to be turned into the council service center. And this is where you would let the unit know that if they're adding any new adults or youth into the unit, that even though they process this online, they would still need to bring those applications in. Or as Sandy and I talked about, if they want to email those also back in instead of bringing them to the council, they can certainly do that.
Mail, yeah.
Or mail, yeah. And then also your council's website to include that into the information. And every year they have to sign in as a first time user. So even though they may have signed in last year to log in and process their renewal, they're a first time user every year that they go in. So they will have to create it every time they log in. If you reset a password or username, they will have to go back in as a new user and again, start the process from the beginning. And also, what's the access code? You want to add that into the information that you provide the unit so that when they are ready, they have the access code handy. An example of what we're using right now is a digital format. So we create one of these for all of our shared service councils, and also it's identified specifically for that council. So as you'll see here, we talk about the dates that their window opens, when it closes, the email or the website address, also where to go to renew. So you have the my.scouting, and then also the required documents, so that they know when they are done completing the process, then they're going to provide any documentation that they're going to need to complete that renewal to the council. It talks about the amount, so this is a good opportunity also, if you do email out using this format, a good opportunity to let them know fees are changing, and if they have a 90-day window, they have 3 months. Of course, now we're in August, it'll be August 1st, so a little less time, but it's a good time to put the fees that are due, the new member fee in this documentation, and any information that can help a unit process their charter renewal easier. This is where you want to put it. Also, the Journey to Excellence forms, if they need to complete those for the year, and then any additional forms that they may need through another website. Also, you'll notice in this that it has the unit access code, the charter org, and then the unit, so troop, whatever troop it happens to be. Now, since we do have girls and boys troops, if this happened to be a girls troop, it would have a GT in front of it. If there was a girls troop 201 and a boys troop 201. How we merge our information into this letter is through an Excel sheet that we pull from from ScoutNet, from the reporting. We have to do a little manipulation to get it to work, but it does work, and it does work well. What we find is if you decide to use something like this and you send it to the key 3 in a unit, you want to send CCCR and the unit leader, one of them is bound to open it, or one of them may say, hey, I want you to go ahead and process this. What makes it really nice is that when they click, let's say I'm a volunteer of a troop and I get this email at 10 o'clock at night, it sure makes it easier for me just to click on a link and go straight to that site. I've got all these links here I can go to. Whereas if you send me something in the mail, it's less likely for me to do it quickly and maybe I forget about it or it gets lost. So, and this is not an attachment. This is actually in the body of the email in the format of a letter. So internet rechartering. Every unit gets a new access code every year. So if they try to use their access code from the previous year, it will not work. So every unit's going to get a new access code. They want to log in as a first-time user, and then after they log in, let's say they load their roster and they start working with it and they don't have time to finish it and they log back out, they just need to log back in using the same as a returning user, and they should be able to go to start exactly where they left off. They should regularly click update unit roster so that they do not lose any of their information, and all the youth protection dates for the adults will populate that have taken it.
And that's one thing I would remind them in your letter. They should update unit roster often. Every time they go back in there, update, because at any time somebody has, if there are new youth or adults that have been added in ScoutNet, it will refresh and pull them into their renewal if they haven't posted yet. And also anybody that's gone online and taken training will refresh and pull it into their internet rechartering batch.
Thanks. Stage 5 has additional steps for approval and payment. A unit can only be reset if online credit card payment has not been completed. If you have submitted if the unit has submitted their renewal and they're at that 5 submit renewal online payment, they cannot go back in and change it. What they're going to have to do is print it off, make any notations on the renewal, but also keep in mind that they paid online. So whatever payment they had paid, based on any changes they make to that renewal, will need to be addressed, and either they're going to owe more money, and which means they need to write a check, bring it into you guys, or however they're going to pay it, and then or they remove somebody. That means when you as a registrar post that online renewal that has been paid, you're gonna have to process a refund for the amount of money now that they are due back because they removed 2 or 3 people. So if you have a renewal that is for 50 kids and they added 2 after they submitted the online renewal, you're going to submit that online renewal for 50 kids. And then once you post it, you're going to go in, as long as it's not pre-posted, you're going to go in and you're going to add those 2 kids into that renewal as additionals. So the only documents that are required when you guys go in and post an online approval and payment is going to be any new youth applications, adult applications, and that's really pretty much it. If they paid online and approved online, what you do need to check for though are membership validation requirements. If they posted with a 50% drop, or they have less than 5 youth within the unit, if they've duplicated, sometimes it happens, duplicated a position within that unit, there are things that you're going to have to check as a registrar for the membership validation requirements before you post that renewal that was paid and approved online. So even though they paid and approved online, doesn't necessarily mean you can post it. So still check for your membership validation requirements. So there are some changes coming to the internet rechartering portal. Those are questions today that I cannot answer probably, nor Sandy, because they're still making adjustments to that. But we did want to let you guys be aware of some of these changes that are coming. And if you have any questions about these particular slides, let us know. And if we don't know the answer, we'll certainly get a hold of the person that can help and hopefully get you answers before it's released. So early August, after July month end, units renewals that are expiring in August and September, those are when changes and fees will take effect. And then for those also in October and September, that's when those fees will take effect for the renewals that are being posted after that. So once again, these are the versions that are coming out. The council fee calculation on the renewal. So there are where you guys, well, your council at some point in time will be notified, and I believe they already have, that you can add council fees into the charter renewal portal. It's not insurance fees, it's council fees, or I believe you can charge up to
The amount of the
the
registration.
$66, yeah. So $66 for the registration fee, $66 for the council fees. So it depends on what the registration fee is.
I wanted to clarify something Tim said. I did do it in the chat, but I don't know that everybody's reading all the chats. Something that Tim Anderson said that for renewals, the fee increase doesn't take effect till October 1. The fee increase takes effect August 1.
Yes.
But the new fees are not going to be in internet rechartering until October 1. So that's what he's saying. So if you have a new unit effective August 1, they're paying the new fees. New unit effective September 1, they're paying the new fees. The new fees will not be uploaded into internet rechartering until the version 12, so that will be available by October.
So version 11 right now would be for your August units.
Right.
So that fee will be available, but for units that are renewing after that.
No. August 1 is when the new fee takes
Right.
effect. But the new fees aren't going to calculate in internet rechartering until October 1.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to actually post your unit then until after those fees are available.
That is correct. And we kind of had a little bit of that last year when fees increased. It's like, oh, tell your units they could go in and start working it, but they weren't able to submit and complete until after the new fees were
So
out.
basically you won't be able to pre-post your units until that point, if that's, because those fees won't be available.
Right. Well, they'll be available in ScoutNet, just not internet rechartering until October 1.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So that means, yeah, you need to tell your units that.
And also, Corinne has asked a question about how to change the council fee for the 2021 charter renewal and online applications. That's a great question. And your Scout executive received an email recently, so asking what your council fee is going to be. So check with your Scout executive. I'm not sure if those were getting emailed to Tom Ritchie or Pat Wellen.
I believe it's Pat Wellen.
Yeah. So Pat Wellen, Pat.WELLEN.
Wellen, yes.
WELLEN at scouting.org. But get with your Scout executive. They got an email recently. They should know exactly who to send that to, but I believe it's Pat Wellen at scouting.org.
So again, enhancements for internet charter renewal, the management of Boys Life subscriptions for mass update, more than one record by a single update will be provided for units to add or remove Boys Life subscriptions more quickly. That's an awesome feature for sure. Management of multiple registrants or for mass update will be added so that units may add or remove the multiple selections more quickly. Now I haven't seen these, so we'll kind of see how that pans out, and hopefully it will be a feature that will definitely.
And I understand that that there will be some screenshots and that are sent to councils. You'll probably see them on the flash page with a link to get screenshots of the new updates.
And it seems like some of this might be a little bit behind the scenes, like the bank routing number and account number for entry for online payment. Those kind of things are more behind the scenes for the units, for it to work a little quicker for the units. So a new feature for new youth and new adults will allow entry of a person ID if it's known, and to be reported on the renewal roster report for the information, so the councils to assist locating person records. So that actually is a great tool too. Whereas we just have names and there's no numbers, so no member IDs. Additional sorting of youth and adults by other fields, including the name, date, and birth, will be applied for greater convenience in using renewal forms. So there will be variations in forms based on the unit type. And then forms for persons for person information data entry are being reviewed for logical order to provide greater ease of entry for the updating of records. So again, these are some tools that I'm sure all of us will be excited to see come out and definitely use them.
The goal to make it simpler and easier for your units.
Right. So for those of you that are wondering, hey, how do I go in and figure out who's paid and approved online? How do I figure out who's approved online but not paid online? So this is a report that can be pulled out through the Internet Charter, through my BSA. And what you're going to do is this will actually, where you see reports up to the left, when you click on that, it's going to pull this report in Excel format. And normally what I do is I sort it by true, false. So, or true back the other way to false. So that I can see who paid and who approved online, and then I can see who approved online but didn't pay, and everything else is false, which means they didn't approve online, nor did they pay online, but they submitted it. If you notice, you have 5- submitted. 5- submitted means they went through the entire process and submitted their online charter renewal without any hiccups. If you ever see 5- online paid, that is not submitted. That means that somewhere when they got to the pay part of the Internet Charter renewal, where they should have continued to go on and hit submit after they paid through their credit card, they didn't finish that process. So at that point, it's going to be a draft, and it's not going to show up as paid. And if they did that, it's probably going to have to come back through member care to fix it, because you want that batch where they paid online to match when you post it. So if you ever see that 5- online paid, 5- approved, they did not finish the process. It should say 5- submitted in any other circumstance. So it should say 5- submitted true, 5- submitted true, false, or 5- submitted in false. Hopefully I'm not being too confusing, but this is a great report to use. I use it all the time, and these are how you're going to be able to go in and post units that have paid and approved online and need nothing else. Everything's perfect on their renewal, and all you have to do is pull the batch in, post it, and you're done. And you can use this report to do that. And you would actually pull this weekly and just keep track of the last date you pulled it, so that you know you've already checked these. Now you're going to start with July 14th for that week. Post any of those that have come through that are perfect, that have true. Those that have false true, where they didn't pay online but they approved online, you're going to know you need to contact those council or those units to say, hey, you guys approved online but you didn't pay. We need you to bring funds in to get this unit posted. So it's a great tool to use.
So there's some chatter going on here, and I'm kind of reading it because I think I might be able to combine it all into one. So you're right. There's some things that don't work perfectly, and we're on 2 different systems here. So even though they can upload their roster again, so it pulls information from ScoutNet into Internet Rechartering to upload if somebody's taken training or if there's new adults or youth. What the volunteers are doing over here in the Internet Rechartering side is there is no validation back at that point to ScoutNet to see if what they're putting is accurate. So yes, they're able to mark people as multiple when they shouldn't be multiple. They are able to mark people as transfers when they're really not a transfer. Actually, to be honest with you, what we find is people overpay through Internet Rechartering.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they'll pay for this person 5 times, you know, in the pack, in the boy troop, in the girl troop, in the crew, and they get overpaid instead of us being underpaid. And so yes, that does create some confusion when it becomes they're paying online, and we are changing Internet Rechartering to only accept online payments Well, no, that's online registration.
Yeah.
Only receive online payments. Okay, sorry, internet rechartering is not being forced to use online payments. Sorry about that. But yeah, there are some issues, and that is the reason why right now that process is not automated. It's still in your hands as the registrar to go in and hit post. So there was some confusion also where it was, I don't know who said it, but oh, if they pay online, you can't make any changes. You got to post it exactly the way they submit it because they paid online. That's not true. If you need to make changes, make changes. But I mean, their payment came through to us. So if there was somebody they paid for that they shouldn't pay for, yes, you should go ahead and mark them as multiple because they already paid for them in another unit. And then you're going to have to send a refund request form to us because that money is here. So you're going to have to get, you as the council, send in a refund request form, and we'll send you that registration fee, and then you're going to return that registration fee that the unit overpaid to the unit. They really don't even know they overpaid yet at this point.
One of the things too you're gonna run into is if you have the CR that is defective in that online paid unit, you're gonna have to defect the entire thing out because that CR is a required position. You cannot post it without that. If you run into, let's say, an MC and you have 5 MCs and that MC is not required to post that unit, what's gonna happen is if you post that unit without that MC, and then later you get the defective result for that MC and you go to post that individually because you've already posted the unit, let's say it's an online paid. So how do you keep that individual from creating an EFT on your end and charging your council? Because the batch you just used and posted is gone and that's National has it. So now what's gonna happen is you post that individual, it's gonna create an EFT, your council is gonna be charged for those registration fees. So in these instances, you would need to wait until it's resolved before you post that unit. And
Yeah.
Sandy's right, when they have accounting mistakes where they paid too much, you can post those and change them to multiples or whatever it may be.
Yeah, so it's not perfect world at this point, and it's just, again, because we're living in two worlds. We're on the ScoutNet system still, and we're partially on the Akela system, and every night they're syncing with each other. So we've got to, at some point, totally get off one system and onto another, so that there are more validations that are done, and we're just not there. So I guess I'm saying, yes, there are issues, there are flaws, but it's going to get better once we get off of the dual systems and onto one system. And it does become very confusing at recharter time because you have people that submit their recharter, early. We give them up to 90 days to submit it, and this kid doesn't join the unit until the month after they've already submitted their renewal, and so they're not in the renewal yet. I have these applications, and that I understand it all gets very confusing. So adding the ability for online registration to collect not only the registration in the last 3 months of the charter, but to also collect their renewal fee ahead of time is going to help resolve some of that. So that's coming out this fall. So that'll help resolve some of those issues. And if they submitted an online application, do I have to have another application now to go in with their charter renewal? No, we collected the fee they submitted their application. That application is good they paid for the remainder of the charter, and they also paid for their renewal. So no, you don't have to have another paper application for that. So a lot of this is going to be documented. I'm not sure if there's going to be any webinar style changes, but I know that our national commissioner team is working really hard to update the trainings for internet rechartering so that our volunteers will also get the updates, and then you're going to get your updates, and hopefully we'll be able to make it more clear for you. And when do I think we'll have one system? I don't know. Anything I tell you is going to be a lie. So I just can't tell you.
At least they continually work on it. I mean, they're working diligently to try to get this done. I know it's been a long time coming and, yeah, it's,
And somebody asked, what is a Kayla? So what a Kayla is any of our new systems like online registration, that's on a Kayla.
it's a new ScoutNet.
Yeah, so it will take the place of ScoutNet. So anything that is, Scout or my.scouting and that is all on the Akela system platform. And then we have the old jalopy ScoutNet. So they're running simultaneously. A lot of our training, everything that's my.scouting, online registration is all Akela. So that means that anything done here, that's the reason why you don't see it till the next day in ScoutNet, because they're both syncing with each other every night. So let's see if we don't get to your question. Okay, I'm sorry, Trey. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's for me.
All right, so you have the unit activity and unit function tabs, which are going to tell you where the unit is in the process of loading their roster. This is where you would see where it says 5- submitted. You see a check mark on online approved, a check mark on online payment, and then 5- submitted. If they had both of those checked, but 5- online paid, that just means they did not complete the process after they put their credit card information or their checking account information in and submitted it, but they didn't go to the next process to get it to go through the entire system. But this is going to tell you where are they at. I'm at reviewing my roster, check roster. So if you go into here and pull a report, you can get a hold of the unit and say, hey, I noticed that for the last 2 months, you've been on 3- check roster, anything I can do to help you out. Just kind of gives you an idea that at least there's movement on those internet charter renewals and where the units are at. If a unit renewal is in progress, can it be reset? Yes. So as long as they have not completed the online payment by credit card or ACH, which is the check, that you can go in, you as a registrar can go in and reset the unit through your internet rechartering administration. Now, some units want you to reset the whole thing, some just want the password reset so they can get back into it. Normally, if I reset a password, I just reset it to whatever unit type and unit number. If it's Troop 121, I tell them Troop 121 is your password. If they need them both reset, then reset them both, and then they just have to go in as a new user again. Can a unit go back from the submit page to update roster? Yes, if they have not completed the online payment by credit card. If that online payment step has been completed, so if it said 5- online payment, they cannot go back. If online approval has been completed, can the processor go back? Yes, but it'll reset the approval to not complete. And so they'll have to update the roster and start all over again. Once a unit has submitted, does the council receive the renewal report? No. You actually have to go into the site and look to see who has processed and submitted their unit. That is a report we just talked about that you need to go and pull to see who is actually submitted their report and then submitted their unit, and then pull those and use those to post. Are YPT completed certificate required to be turned into the council? No, they are not. If you have, if they say they completed a YPT, you go on their profile and the YPT is updated in their profile, you do not need that certificate. You already have enough paperwork coming through on your desk as it is. So that is definitely a document you do not need. Now, if their YPT has not been updated in their profile, Sandy, maybe you can help me answer this. If their YPT has not been updated in their profile, but yet they have the certificate, and I wait 24 hours for the thing, and that YPT still does not show up in their profile, would I enter their YPT even though they have that certificate and it did not populate in ScoutNet, or we need to call member care to find out if that YPT was completed?
I would just enter it. That's
Okay.
my answer. That works correctly 98% of the time, 2% of the time it doesn't. So a unit in online registration or in internet rechartering has the ability to enter the youth protection training, or a unit has, or a council has the ability to enter the youth protection training. So if you know they took it and it's not syncing up, just enter it.
So, my advice is that if you have to use the certificate to enter it yourself and put the YPT dates in there, my suggestion would keep the certificate with the application.
Yeah.
So if it comes back and they say, why did you enter this YPT? I don't see that it was, Minot Scouting uploaded it, because it's gonna show that you put it in. You can say, I received the YPT certificate, and here it is. That's just my tip. All right, Sandy's issue. Nope, that's Tim. Where are we at next? We are at 9 minutes.
His PowerPoint. Go.
But nope, that's okay. Let's do this. No, you do that, but I wanted to tell everybody else, let's take a quick 10-minute break because we haven't had a break since lunch. So is that good? Be back here
What time is it?
be back here at 3:40. Everybody come back here at 3:40
All right.
Central Time, not Alaska time.
All right. Did it take too long?
No. Okay. Oh, we're All right, we do have a lot of questions that are left over that we're gonna get some answers for, and that's on the fees and when the new fees take effect, because we have units, some units, most all units expire December 31st. So most units are, renewals are not gonna be, affected with this August or October effective date, renewal date, but we're gonna get you some answers and we'll answer them out to everybody. So, so just bear with us a little bit there. So now let's talk about non-unit registrations. So non-units are all a group of volunteers that report to somebody. So just like how you have a unit and all the youth get approved by the unit leader and all the adults get approved by the chartered organization, all of your volunteers that are in council and district positions are going to get approved by somebody. So and the one thing they have in common with a unit is they have to renew annually also. So there are tools like JTE, Commissioner Tools, MyDOT Scouting Tools, that they're going to lose access to if you don't get them renewed in a timely manner. So some of the things we think about is if I'm renewing all my units right here in December, is this the same time that I want to be renewing all my non-units? Because now where I used to be able to set them aside a little bit till I get all my units renewed, you can't do that anymore because you're disconnecting their access to tools like Commissioner Tools. So all registered adult members, whether they are unit volunteers or non-unit volunteers, are checked against the ineligible volunteer file. We'll talk about that a little bit more here in a minute. But they also go for a criminal background check and they have to take youth protection training. So they have the same joining requirements that we've been talking about for unit leaders, filling out an application, CBC authorization, taking youth protection training, and they pay a registration fee. So if they're already paid in a unit, of course, then they can multiple in their non-unit position or vice versa. So here we talk about each paid individual will receive a membership card in Scouting Magazine. So membership cards, councils don't do anymore. The people can go in and do their own membership card through their MyDOT Scouting account. And the one good thing about that is you have volunteers that they want to have a card for every single position they hold. In the ScoutNet system, the cards we used to print there, it was only their paid position. Now, if I wear many hats, I can print a card out for every position I hold. And Donna talked a little earlier about Scouting Magazine is no longer mailed out, but as long as you enter the email address, when you register them, the e-zine magazine for Scouting Magazine will be emailed to every paid adult volunteer. So a non-unit registration renewal roster should be printed just like we do for units, 60 to 90 days ahead of time. We print the renewal rosters or we give them their access code so they can go on to internet rechartering. We need to print a renewal roster for our non-unit registrants. Could be our Lone Cub Scouts, Lone Boy Scouts, merit badge counselors, unit commissioners, and then we can direct those rosters or we can provide those rosters to the correct person. Like unit commissioners, it would go to the district commissioner. They're the ones who know who their unit commissioners are. And they can go through and say, oh, nope, he's no longer a unit commissioner. Yeah, hey, you don't have so-and-so on here. Just like we do in a unit, same thing. So they're going to look at it and they know, oh, if Sandy Trevino's not on my list, I've got to get an application for Sandy Trevino. If Sandy Trevino is on my list, then I just need to possibly collect registration fees for Sandy Trevino. So non-unit registrants can be registered in mass through additional enrollments. So, or you can register them one person at a time. So we're going to go over that a little bit here. So council and district scouters, registration should be a set expiration date. So if you have people, the system will let you put them all in a different expiration date, but you can't manage that. So you need to decide, all our merit badge counselors expire at the end of June. All of my Unit commissioners expire, at the end of September, whatever your council decides, but that's the only way you're gonna be able to manage this process. So, with the council and district volunteers, there's an approved list. This might be an old list here, so I'd look in the registration guidebook. There's an approved list of positions. So these are the actual registered positions. But we have many functional duties. Just like in a unit, you're going to register somebody as a committee member, but their role might be Weeblos transition. Chair, I'm the membership chair, I'm the new unit coordinator, same thing with non-units. So if you register a non-unit person in just their functional duty, they're not really registered. So you have to make sure you get them registered in their actual position and not just their duty of popcorn chip. So you would have your district member at large. And as a district member at large, I happen to be the popcorn chair. So the district member at large, you have to renew every year. That's the actual registration. But the popcorn chair is their functional duty, and you can choose to or not choose to enter that into ScoutNet. You also have all your council employees. They need to be registered annually, especially now, because if they're not registered in the correct position under the correct structure, they don't get tools. They don't get their online renewal or online registration, or MyDOT scouting tools don't work properly. So your district executives used to be just registered everybody to the council level. Well, now you're going to register your scout executive, deputy scout executive, and your council admin, who's the registrar, are going to get registered to the council level. But your DEs need to be registered as DEs to the district level. That way they get access to just their district's information, and they don't have to weed through everything. So council employees, the non-commissioned professionals, get registered as position code 54. Council professionals have to register. It's part of their contract. They have to be registered members of the Boy Scouts of America. So they do have to register, and they have specific position codes like E10 for the Scout Executive. Non-commissioned professionals get registered as position code 54. And that's an option. Unless your council has said as part of your employment, you have to register. Non-commissioned professionals can choose to register. Now, the registrar needs to be registered every year as council admin. So I say registered because that's what you're posting the registration in the ScoutNet system, but it's really just one of those functional duties. So it doesn't require an application, social security number, doesn't require a registration fee, but it's what you need as a registrar to be able to go into MyDOT Scouting and process online registration. Eventually, when we get off ScoutNet, MyDOT Scouting is going to be where you're going to go. That's where you're going to start logging into MyDOT Scouting, and you'll have your registrar dashboard and everything that you can do in ScoutNet, you'll do, but you'll do it in MyDOT Scouting. So let's talk about all these different non-unit registrants and how we can slice and dice them up to make this process easier. So first of all, we have a very small sliver, and that's our council employees. They generally are registered January to December. Don't have to be, but they need to be all registered together annually. You have your council volunteers and district volunteers, your unit commissioners, and then your largest group is your merit badge counselors. So we're also going to look, so who do these council employees report to? The scout executive. So I'm going to run a non-unit registered renewal roster for all my council employees based on these positions that we saw here that you find in your registration guidebook. And then I'm going to give it to the scout executive. Let the scout executive mark it up, just like we do with a unit renewal. And then for my council volunteers, who do they report to? The council president and the scout executive. So, You know, they're the ones, and they're going to register at a very specific time of year. When is your vote? When do you vote in your new council volunteers? So that, you know, if you hold your vote at the end of May every year, they're going to be registered June to May 31st. If it happens to be March for your council, it's going to be April 1 to March 30th. Your district volunteers report to the district chair. So they're the ones who are going to get the non-unit registrant renewal rosters printed by district and given to the district chair. Unit commissioners report to the district commissioner. Merit badge counselors report to the advancement chair. Now, sometimes that's, if you're in a larger council, you might have a different advancement chair for every district, and their merit badge counselors are registered and approved by district, probably in most councils. But if you're a smaller council, it might be just one advancement chair, and they're all registered to the council. So your council employees, generally January to December. Council volunteers, what's the term of office? Maybe June's a better time for registering my district volunteers or my unit commissioners or my merit badge counselors. So pick a time that is more convenient for your workload. You know, whether it be mid-year, early August, you know, go back and talk to your supervisor and pick a time. So how do I start this process? Non-unit registrant rosters are printed out of membership reports. When you go to membership reports, recharter and general ledger, you choose the recharter non-unit registrants renewal roster, and then go to the non-unit tab. So on the expiration date tab, you put what's their current expiration date. Is it 12/31, 2020? And then I go to the non-unit positions, and I can choose exactly what positions. So on stock level, I have chosen a specific district. I've gone to the non-unit positions, and I chose that I just want merit badge counselors and merit badge counselor with a fee. And then when I generate the report, here it is. It's just for one specific district for however many positions. That's the great thing. I can choose multiple positions here on the non-unit position. So I could have chosen all of my district volunteer positions or all my council volunteer positions. So then I have this renewal roster. I would even up here at the top of the screen myself, I would add a line that where your district commissioner or advancement chair or your council president is going to sign after they've gone through here and crossed people off and changed positions if they need to. Now I'm talking perfect world, and in your council you might do it a totally different way, and I'm not saying that it's not the perfect way or the right way. But what I'm saying is you don't know these people as the registrar, and so you know, you can also generate invitations for non-unit registrants. So if we can start getting our district and council volunteers using online registration, or if they give you a list and you can go in to Invitation Manager and send out an invitation to certain volunteers so they can go to online registration and you know, post their registration or submit their registration, then it's paid for online, submitted online. You don't have to worry about getting applications. So use the new tools that are available to you. Use the volunteer resources that are available to you to make this process easier. But since we mostly still live in a paper world, you may be the person that is going to process all these paper applications. So let's talk a little bit more about these group of volunteers. So you have your merit badge counselors. So they are a little unique in the fact that they have to be registered as a merit badge counselor annually, but you also need to go into the system and enter the badges that they counsel. So we also do not charge a fee, registration fee for our merit badge counselors currently. But if they want to get Scouting Magazine and they're not registered in any other position, they could choose to pay a registration fee. You'll post them as a 42F, meaning fee, so that they can get their Scouting Magazine. So all non-unit registrants, if they're renewing, they do not need a new application. So they're just going to renew off this renewal roster. And if they don't renew in time, your council can decide, okay, we're giving our merit badge counselors, if you don't send us your renewal, let us know that you're renewing, send us your registration fee by March 30th, you'll be required to fill out a new application to register. And otherwise, you don't need a new application year after year. But for merit badge counselors, what you do need is the merit badge counselor information form. So merit badge counselors must be at least 18 years old, and on all the non-unit registrants, somebody else is approving them. So whether it be the scout executive or the designee, the designee could be, hey, I'm having the district advancement chairman approve all of the district volunteers, or I'm going to have our district advancement chairman approve all the merit badge counselor applications for merit badge counselors in their district. So this form is available online, and it can be emailed. It can be emailed saying, hey, it's time to renew. One thing you should never do is just renew people, just automatically renew people without soliciting them to see if they want to continue holding that position. So you can, just like you did for internet rechartering, where you have this 2-page letter front and back, giving them all the vital information, all the meat they need to know about re-registering. You can do the same thing here with your non-unit registrants. It can be an email that's tailored to whether it's merit badge counselors or tailored to whether it is unit commissioners. And merit badge counselors, you're going to add this extra form here for them to fill out. Because just because somebody wants to counsel a certain badge doesn't mean they're qualified to. So somebody in your council determines if they feel this person is qualified to counsel that badge. Also, they might decide, hey, I don't want to counsel this badge anymore, but I'm going to continue to do this one. So they're going to send this form to tell you, add these, drop these. And if they're renewing, this is all you need. You don't need an application. So, and this is completely fillable. So when they email it to you, they can go online, or not go online, they can go to the attachment, fill it, and just email it right back to you. So after you post the merit badge counselors, and I'm going to show you that here in a minute, when you post their registration, their position 42, the one extra step is putting what badge they counsel. Now I know that this part isn't mandatory. It's not mandatory by DSA. But if you want to use Scoutbook, you can upload your merit badge counselors into Scoutbook. Then you've got to enter what badges they counsel here. Otherwise, if your council has another system you use and you post a list of merit badge counselors periodically on your council website, it's password protected, every month you're changing the password, that's fine also. But if you want to use the tool that's available for Scoutbook, then you'll need to go in and enter the badges that they are approved to counsel. So the one thing here is you don't have to do this part every year. You do have to renew them as a 42, but unless they tell you, I don't want to counsel that badge anymore, or you need to add some new badges or delete some badges, just put an effective date. Don't put an expire date here on this advancement tab, merit badge button. So when you're ready to process all these non-unit registrants, everything's the same as what Donna just talked to you about. Just like for unit registrants, you're looking to see, do I need an application? Do I have the application? Did they sign the application? Did they complete anything? Is there anything defective on this application? Do I have the new CBC authorization? Did they take youth protection training? Do they meet the joining requirements? Meaning, are they old enough? Do I have the right people that have approved it? Did they answer yes to any of the criminal questions? So it's all the same thing you're checking as you're checking for a unit renewal or a new unit. So now I have this all together and I'm going to start posting. So does this mean that you can't you can't start posting till you have them all? No. You know, if you've given them to this date, start posting them, because we want to get them posted as quickly as we can so they don't lose access to tools. And again, you don't have to post them all at the same time. So non-unit registrants can be very finicky. So when you go into additional enrollment, it's going to ask you if you want unit or other. You choose other. Then the first thing you do is look at the effective date and expire date fields and correct them. Make them what your new renewal period is for. So if somebody's registering as a merit badge counselor and they turn their application in late, you should still backdate it to the effective date because they've been serving as a merit badge counselor. They just didn't turn their renewal in on time. But the next thing you're going to do is you're going to click on this find button. So I have my list of people that I'm renewing. I'm going to click on the find button. When it comes up for my person search, I'm going to go to the bottom of the screen. At the bottom of the screen, I'm going to choose the district. I'm going to choose affiliation is going to be other registrants. And then I'm going to put what is their current expiration date. And so is it June 30th, 2020? Put that in there and I'm going to choose the position that I'm wanting to renew. When I click OK, it's going to come up with a list of everybody that is currently registered for that position for the time period that you've requested. And now I can start going through the list and I say, I want this one. I don't want that one. I want this one, this one, this one. Nope, not that one. Yes to this one. And after I select them all, I'm going to click the select button. And boom, that's going to pull them all into my batch for me. Now that's how you're going to get them registered in mass. So if I had 200 that I need to do, I'm not going to try to do 200 at once. Don't do it. Try to do, 25 to 50 at a time. I wouldn't go over 50 myself. And you have to work very methodically. So when you pull them all in here, what the system did is it off of the list that you chose, it's going to populate the screen with the first bit of registration information it found. So you'll look at this and you'll say, wait a minute, that district's wrong. And that says position 80, but I chose position 42. Well, it doesn't mean that they are not position 42. They are. It just means that they're also a unit commissioner. And so the system just defaulted whatever it wanted there. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to work methodically, and I'm going to look through here. I'm going to make sure all my districts are correct. Then I'm going to look through here and I'm going to make sure all my positions are correct. And then if this happened to be like unit commissioners, I'm going to look down the multiple box and check everybody that should be multiple. And then I'm going to start checking things like, do they have youth protection training? You'll have that new column showing that you have the new updated CBC authorization on file. And one thing I wouldn't do here is a lot of changes to people. I wouldn't start doing update person, maintain person, go in here, go in there, jumping up to Robert Adams and then down to Lauren Dooley, because all of a sudden you're going to get an error that says, Lauren Dooley's already registered. And you're like, oh, I need to delete Lauren Dooley out. Then it's going to tell you Samuel Edwards already registered, and you're going to get stuck in this loop of it telling you everybody's registered, and you're going to call member care and they're going to say, oh, I'm sorry, the batch is corrupted, you've lost the batch, you've got to close out. And you're going to say, but I've been working on this for 3 hours. So work in small batches, work methodically. If you need to maintain an update person, I would do that after I've posted their registration and through their person profile to update that. And don't put a non-unit registrant batch on hold. Don't do it. Nothing good happens. It will, anybody that's marked as paid, it's going to go and it's going to post them. Sometimes they're in this halfway post mode where you'll print a non-unit registrant roster and they don't appear on the roster, but I go look at their person record and I can see their registration, but it never charged me on my EFT. So just don't ever put them on hold. So work only in batches that you can complete during that time period. And don't try to eat the elephant all in one bite. Slice it up into multiple bites. So just like my unit registrants, I'm doing my basic checks to make sure, do they have a social security? Do I have the new CBC form? Does anybody subscribe to Boys Life? Does everybody have youth protection training? So if I looked at this list right here, I'd go to Stephen Edgar, and guess what? I'd delete him out of the batch, and I'd post everybody else. And keep a note, oh, Stephen Edgar, he's defective. Do we have any questions? I know I'm talking pretty fast. Are y'all answering them as we go?
Trying. One of them is, and this is something we can ask Mike Cray about, is merit badge counselors submitting their registration online.
They cannot do that at the moment unless he tells us tomorrow that that's changing this fall. But that's our hope, that merit badge counselors will be able to register online. So keep our fingers crossed. Maybe he'll give us that good news tomorrow. That'd be great. Okay, so just like a unit, I can print an edit list if I need to try to reconcile. Otherwise, when I click next year, it's going to bring me to my fee charge. If my fees don't match, I'm going to go back, print an edit list so I can look to see why my money doesn't match. Otherwise, I'm clicking post and boom, I'm done with that batch and I'm going to do the next batch. You also can't have more than one batch of non-unit registrants going at a time. So you can't say, Trey, you work on District 2, Donnie, you work on District 3. The system, this really old system, remember, will not let you have more than one batch of non-units at a time.
Hey, Sandy,
Yes,
can I put these on hold till tomorrow?
I would never put non-unit registrants on hold
Why?
because you will call member care crying when you go to open your batch and you say 75% of the people in my batch are gone. Where did they go? And they might be posted, they might not. They might be fully posted, they might not.
They post with fees?
And the ones with fees will maybe post, probably post, but work in small batches, only what you can complete before lunch, before you go home. Don't put them on hold. Okay, so here's the tips. Be prepared to finish the batch. Don't put the batch on hold. You do not have to post them all at the same time. If I can only get 10 done, get 10 done and work methodically. Don't jump up and down, back and forth. Also, if you're in here and I've gone in and I've updated all the BSA structures and all the positions, and then I say, oops, I'm going to go up to Cheryl and do maintain person because I know she has a new email address. If you don't pay attention, once you do that, it will change her position in her district back to what it was before you corrected it. So that's why I'm saying if you need to do update person, maintain person, I would just do that after I post the batch. All right, any questions?
One of them that I did not answer because my answer might be a little different than yours or exactly the same is this one is like you have a merit badge counselor that wants to counsel 50 merit badges. And is there a recommended amount that you would tell a merit badge counselor? Like, I mean, at some point you can only counsel so many.
Yeah. So there's no official rule, official BSA policy, but I would tell you that most councils limit it to 10 or less. You know, some might limit it to 5, but most councils limit it to 10 or less. All right. I know I'm talking fast because we're a little bit behind and I'm trying to move us along so we won't be behind tomorrow. So we have plenty of time for scout book and online registration and internet rechartering and stuff. So no other questions. I'm moving forward.
Sure. That's oh yeah, you're good.
All right. So the volunteer screening database used to be called the ineligible file. And that's probably what you hear a lot of people still call it, but it is now called the volunteer screening database. The reason for that is ineligible file, you know, had this horrible connotation. We were told by outside attorneys we shouldn't use that. And so what it really truly is a database. It's a database of volunteers and members. There are youth in our file also that we feel should not be, they've either been denied, have never been involved in scouting, we denied it from the start, or they've been revoked. Their registration privileges have been revoked. So the volunteer screening database is a list of all of those people. So if somebody, when we say lack of integrity and loyalty, you know, if somebody's going on Facebook and they're bashing the BSA and bashing councils, or they're making very extremely racial remarks, that's not somebody we want in scouting. So, you know, of course, the first thing a council's going to do is try corrective action. If that doesn't work, we may revoke them and put them on the file saying we don't want them to be registered. So most of the people on our file are for, they don't meet our leadership standards, or they did something criminal outside of scouting. Regardless of what you hear on the news, that is what the largest majority of people in our volunteer screening database or ineligible file are, for doing criminal activity outside of scouting, or for just being a knucklehead. You know, they can't get along with anybody, or you know, or they're like I said, Facebook, really racist remarks, that type of stuff. But here's the deal. We currently, right now, are only doing one criminal background check when you first register. By next month, we're going to start rechecking people. But every single time you register, you get run through the ineligible file. So when we do a criminal background check, that's just telling us what your criminal history is. Well, not everybody in our volunteer screening database are criminals. Matter of fact, most of them probably are not criminals. You know, it could be they stole all of the popcorn money, but the council declined to press charges, or their unit declined to press charges. But hey, we know we don't want them anymore, so they won't come back on a criminal background check. But we keep this list so they don't a few years later attempt to get back into scouting in the same council, or they don't just move over to another council and try to get involved in scouting. So every time you post their registration, if they happen to be registered in 5 positions, they're going to get run through this volunteer screening database 5 times every time you post a registration. So every time. So if they are registered as a merit badge counselor and renew July 1, they're going to get run through it. If they're in a unit that expires December 31, they're going to get run through it. Every time you post, you hit the post button. So what this means is, when I say run through the volunteer screening database, is the system literally goes through and tries to find similar names, similar date of birth, similar social security numbers. So people will do crazy things to get back in, or if you mistyped something by 1, we still want to find it. So it's kind of looking for these fuzzy matches. And then we literally have an employee, we get this kick out report every day, and there is an employee responsible for looking at it. Some of them are exact matches, some of them are near matches, and the exact matches, those are easy. We contact the scout executive and say, Trey Smith's not allowed in scouting. You're going to have to just give him his money back and tell him he can't be associated. You need to contact the unit, let him know he shouldn't be around. Or it's like, hey, there's a Sandy Trevino on the file, and your Sandy Trevino is close to the same age. Can you go ask them these questions? Did she ever live in Oklahoma? Was she ever associated with a Pac-10? And so that's how we find out if it's the same person or not. So that is why it's also vitally important that you enter people with their full legal name and not Bubba Smith. So this council registered him as Ronald Craig Smith. You put him in as Bubba Smith, it's not going to find that match. So your scout executive is responsible for communicating with us in membership standards. When they have any concerns, they want to know if they should revoke somebody or deny somebody. That's fully their responsibility. Leave that with them. If they have any questions, they'll contact us. But your responsibility is to submit all your new adult leaders for criminal background checks. So, and it's very vitally important that you're doing it in a timely manner. So every time you post a new adult leader, as soon as you post them, if they're brand new in your system or they have never had a criminal background check before, even if they had a person record in your system, they are going, as soon as you hit the post button, boom, they automatically appear in your CBC submittal screen.
Okay, will the submittals that are gonna be rechecked end up in the submittal, the criminal background checks are gonna be redone? Are they gonna end up in the submittal screen?
That's a great question. That's a very good question. So they will not in the beginning first phase. Not in the beginning first phase. So we are going to work with First Advantage and we're going to mass submit every adult that has not had a background check in 5 or more years. And in that process, though, what we are going to do is we will be emailing your scout executive and say, within the next 5 days, here's a list of all the people that are getting resubmitted for a background check. And so please inform your registrar, because what will appear in CBC for you is the results. So you're not going to see them in the submittal. We're working with First Advantage to submit them in mass, but the results will be returned to the council. That way your council knows, hey, I need to be looking at my results screen because they're about to submit 500 of my volunteers for a background check. So so you'll know. We'll let your council know ahead of time. You'll have a list ahead of time, within a week ahead of time before we submit them. And you'll get the results to review, and your scout executive determine whether this person should remain in scouting or not. And we did this a couple of years ago when we resubmitted people for county checks. There were people that have been registered that we got a new background check on them, and your scout executive had to go back and say, hey, since you first registered and we had a background check, we see you have had some criminal activity and we're going to have to revoke your registration. Or it could be a simple conversation. If somebody got a DUI, doesn't mean they're going to get kicked out of scouting. If they have multiple DUIs, they're going to get kicked out of scouting. If they have one DUI, then your scout executive is going to have a conversation and say, you can't drive scouts. You just had a DUI 6 months ago, you cannot drive scouts, and I'm going to have to let your unit leadership know that you cannot be the second leader in charge, because we don't know, you go camping, you might decide to drink, but we're still going to let you be a leader, and let's talk about this again. If you don't have any issues in the next 2 years, we can maybe remove this restriction, but for now, here's what the rule is. So your scout executive is responsible for making the decision on who should be in, who should be out. But your scout executive might say to you, Cynthia, I don't want to see fishing without a fishing license, because the background check is going to show you soup to nuts. But they're not perfect. Background checks are flawed. When I say that, what do I mean? We do county checks for the county you live in. But if you went 2 counties over and committed a crime, it might not show up on your county check. Now, the reason why we do county checks is because we also do the national criminal check. So, but the counties have to report up their criminal records up to the state, and before we can get them in that national criminal check. So some counties they got it going on, and they are reporting every month all of their criminals up to the state level. Some counties in little podunk, wherever, they might do it every 6 months, or they might do it once a year. And they might not be computerized, believe it or not. And so if we want to, we're not going to get those county criminal records for a whole year. And so we let somebody in, and then we find out 9 months later, hey, they had this crime. Doesn't look so good when the unit's saying, and the parents are saying, why'd you let this person participate all that time? So doing background checks in a timely manner, doing the best background check we can, it helps to keep youth safe and mitigate or lessen our litigation issues. So you need to do your part at submitting them quickly. So also so a DUI in some states is and they put it on the motor vehicle check. We don't do motor vehicle checks. So we might get your DUI in Dallas because they put that in the criminal files. We might not get your DUI in Arkansas because they do it as a motor vehicle issue and not a criminal issue. So just telling you that so you know your scout executives are aware of this. So when you submit them, very frequently, especially during the busy time, you can't say, oh no, I'm way up here in renewals, so those are gonna have to wait a couple of weeks. You can't do that. These are people meeting with kids. The application was already delayed. They were already meeting with kids for a month before they even brought the application in, and now you're gonna hold off and not submit them for another month because you're busy with applications. You can't do that. So once a new applicant is posted, they appear in your submittal, your job is to go into ScoutNet, go to criminal background check, and go to submittal, and it's going to give you a list of everybody unsubmitted. And the list is, at the top, those are your oldest people that haven't been submitted, and on down. So if you look over to the far right, you see a checkbox for submit and a checkbox for verify. So the system is going to make you click verify data, and it's going to go through and look to see, do I have any punctuation in the name field? Yes, if you do, it's going to tell you, there's an error punctuation, you got to correct that. So in that situation, you would just unclick the submit checkbox so that you're not going to be submitting that person. So also, you might get an error that says that the social security number is not in the correct format. So it's going to give you a good error. It tells you special characters in the first name field, no social security number not in the right format. So I wouldn't just get out and not submit them. I would just uncheck submit for those few people you got an error on and submit everybody else. So after you do that verify data, see if you have any errors, uncheck the ones you have an error on, click edit list and submit. You don't have to print the edit list, but the system makes you press that edit list button. And so then what it does is it goes through and it creates a transmittal. Remember we said we protect the data and it encrypts the data and it sits it right here, and every night First Advantage goes and they sweep them out of our system into their system. So if you do send, create a submittal and then you had a couple of people with an error and you go correct them, it's about 15-20 minutes before you can go in and create an additional batch. So it'll tell you batch in process. That just means wait 10-15 minutes, try it again. So you should never ever submit somebody that you do not have a CBC disclosure authorization, CBC authorization for. Don't do it. So for example, you had form 28573 and oops, I forgot to mark them. Now they're on my submittal. Well, I'll just submit them to get them off my list. Because from the time you post, they're ticking off on a timer. There is reports that are produced every single week here that lets our upper management know what councils are not submitting their adults for a background check. So we want to get those off your list. So if you should have marked them because you have form 28573, just complete this criminal background check removal request form, send it to us, we'll remove them off your CBC. Otherwise, we're going to ask you some questions like, well, did you try to get the form? Did you tell them they can't meet with kids anymore? That the only way they can re-register is if they turn in that form? Regardless, don't submit somebody you don't have a CBC authorization for. So some counties, some states take a lot longer to process background checks, like California. Those take 10 or more days because they do very extensive checks. So background checks are, we talked about the state disclosures and the federal disclosures. So here's the rule for a background check, federal rule, boom, you have to do this. Well, then other states will add on their rules to it. So that's the reason why, California might take 10 to 15 days, but in Ohio, I might get my results back in 1 day or 2 days or 3 days. So you just have to look to see basically how long does it take to get your results back. So because you need to follow up. Just submitting them, you're not done yet. So they're still counting even after you submit them until they are complete. So anybody that we get a hit on about 4 to 5% of our adults that we submit for a criminal background check. So like I said, anything soup to nuts, fishing without a fishing license to mass murder. So most of your adults are going to come back with no hits at all, and the system's going to automatically put a complete date, and there's nothing you need to do. So, but we need to check on these 4 or 5% that do come back. So how do I do that? I'm going to go to my BSA. I go to the membership tab and membership analysis. You'll notice there's a place for criminal background check aging totals. So this is the same aging totals that we see here at the National that tells us, oh, this council has 10 records that are 45 days past due. That means either you haven't submitted them in 45 days or you haven't gone in and put complete dates. And then somebody here at the National office calls your scout executive to find out what's the problem here. So you want to get these off your aging total. So this is the quickest way to look at them. You'll notice up at the top, it says link to CBC aging person. Up there at the top of that criminal background check aging totals, you'll see that link to CBC aging by person. If you want to know who those 10 people are that are 45 days past due, click that link and it comes up and gives you their names. So when somebody, if you see you have totals there, that is your hint that I need to go to First Advantage to see, are they sitting out there with a bad criminal background check? So I'm going to do that by going to the home page, clicking on resources and going to the criminal background check view reports. You'll see there's a link for First Advantage. When you click that link, you're going to have to know what your login is. So really, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go into ScoutNet. When you go into System Administration, BSA Structure Detail, I'm going to query for my council. When I execute the query, my CBC tab is going to become available. I'm going to click the query button, choose my council, click Execute Query, then my CBC tab will be available. Then you're going to see the password. I would just highlight the password, do Control-C to copy. Not Control-X, but Control-C to copy. Now when I go back and click on this First Advantage link, brings me to my login screen, I can go to the password field, click in it, and then do Control-V to paste the password. Then I'm never going to lock my account up. Is if you only have 3 tries. If you lock it up, then you got to call member care. They've got to get with First Advantage to reset it. But your user ID or your client ID is always going to be lowercase BSA and your 3-digit council number. So BSA 027, nothing in the user ID field. Then I'm going to paste my CBC password that I found in BSA Structure Detail. It's going to bring me to a screen that I'm going to actually, you'll see this side of the screen that you see on the left here. I'm going to hover over background screens and I'll get a view report option I can click on. Then it's going to give me all of this in the middle. All of this in the middle is everybody that I have submitted in the last 14 days. So if I have people that were 45 days, I'm not going to see them unless I click up here, Search Archive. On that search archive, I can say, show me everything from 90 days ago and get that list. Otherwise, my quick list is everything in 14 days because you should not have anything more than 14 days sitting out here. So you'll notice that I have 4 listed here. One's red, 3 are green. Those 3 green ones, they're great. They're good. Nothing you need to do. The system automatically went in and put a complete date. As soon as they are completed green with a complete date in ScoutNet, boom, they're off your aging total. If it's completed in red, they have potentially negative information. So your job as the registrar, 2 things. First, I'm going to click on the name, Eric Aguilar, and the report. The CBC report is going to come up in the middle of my screen. Right click, print. So click on the name, the report comes up in the middle of the screen. Right click on the report, click print. As soon as I print that, I'm going to make a copy of the application, and I'm going to take it to my scout executive, and I'm going to go put a complete date because my job is done and I want it off the report. And you're done. And unless the scout executive comes back and says, Cynthia, I need you to go in and expire Eric's registration, because that is your clue that they're denying the application, and that's all you need to do. But the key thing here that so many councils miss is they don't go in and enter that complete date. They think they have to wait till the council scout executive makes the decision. But no, the CVC is done at that point, and you want it off the aging totals. How do I enter that complete date? Well, the same place I went to criminal background check in ScoutNet, and I have submittal right underneath that is enter complete dates. When I choose enter complete dates, and I have to do this for the people in green, it happens automatically. So just those very few that come back in red, I'm going to go in here and it's going to default at the top. The batch date is going to default to today's date, and that's fine. I'm going to enter their person ID. The system's going to default the complete date. I'm going to click batch edit list. Don't have to print it. The system makes you press that button and submit, and boom, it puts complete date on. They're off of my aging totals. And your job is done unless the scout executive comes back and wants you to expire the registration. This is the important part that so many people miss, and that's why you end up having people on your aging totals for months. So here are your criminal background check tips. You've got to review your results on the First Advantage website. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in my VSA under resources, criminal background check. If I don't have anything past due, guess what? Nobody came back with a criminal record. And sometimes that happens. If I come back and it shows me, oh, I got 1 or 2 people that are 15 days past due, then I'm going to go to the First Advantage website and see, hey, who are those people? Sometimes you're going to find that they are pending. Pending means that they've got to do more research. So some of these counties are not computerized. So it could mean that, hey, the county record has some criminal records, but somebody at First Advantage has to get in the car and drive to that county office and look at the paperwork. That's why it could be pending. If something's pending for more than 3 weeks, then you're going to call First Advantage because there must be something wrong that they need to resolve. Otherwise, it could take 3 weeks for these pending records to resolve. And to be honest, with this COVID and county offices being shut down, some of our CVCs have taken much longer than they normally take. Many weeks to wait for these county offices to open up.
Yes, one of them, Debbie, said that she submitted one in May, and according to First Advantage, the COVID, because of COVID, courthouse has not been open, so that she's had to wait for that. She contacted First Advantage. So.
Yeah, so that's reality. Unfortunately, we live in this crazy world right now. So there's nothing you need to keep. You don't want to keep any of these reports. Nothing you need to keep. Anything that needs to be kept, your scout executive knows what to keep, and they're going to keep it in their office. So submittals, edit lists, tracking reports, any of that has social security numbers on it. You need to shred them and get rid of them. And actually, I wouldn't be printing reports anymore. You can look at them and view them all in the MyVSA dashboard. Don't even need to print anything. Here's your CVC contact information. So if you lock up your account, then you're going to call member care or submit an online incident so that you can get your account re-enabled. They'll contact you once it's re-enabled. You're going to call First Advantage if you have somebody stuck in pending status, or the report comes back blank, or you don't understand the report. Many times, if you don't understand the report, you can just contact me or Heidi Steppe, and we'll help you understand the report. Also, if you have somebody that comes back with a criminal record and you contact them, not you, your counsel, contacts them, they're going to say, what? That's not me. I've never been to Oklahoma before. They need to dispute this. Sometimes you're going to look at it and you're going to say, that's not my person, because on this criminal background report, it says that they're 6'2" and 220 pounds, and you know your person is about 5'5" and 105 pounds wet, you know? But you can't dispute it for them. They have to dispute it. So that's what the FCRA Consumer Disclosure Center number is for. You give it to the volunteer and you say, hey, I believe you, but this is on your criminal background check, so here's the number you call to get this resolved. They resolve them very quickly, usually within 1 to 2 weeks, and then they will give them a clear report to give to the council. So what you would tell them is, don't meet with kids. We're going to give you 30 days to get this resolved. Don't be meeting with kids during this time. And when they get the clear report and give it to you, well, then you just go in and mark them. Well, you've already marked them complete. I'm sorry. As soon as you printed it and gave it to the scout executive, you already marked them as complete. But then you can go ahead and process, go back and reprocess their registration. Or if you've given them 30 days, I wouldn't expire them. I just leave them in the system, tell them they can't meet with kids, leave them in the system, and let them prove to you within 30 days, and then just keep their registration. Can't do that with my mouse, can I? Okay.
So they want to know how CBCs are reran there or not. This is why National is doing a new criminal background check on all of those that have not had one in the last 5 years.
I know we've gone a few minutes over, but I'll just real quickly tell you, we will be compiling a list of all adults that have not had a background check in 5 or more years. We're going to look to see if that checkbox is there, that you have the new authorization on file. If it's not, we're not resubmitting them. When we are ready to resubmit for your council, we're going to send a list to your scout executive and say within the next week, these people are being resubmitted for a background check. Please have your registrar check First Advantage for the results. And that's how that process will work. Then after that, hopefully next year, then after this mass update we're doing or mass submittal we're doing, the system will just automatically, as soon as somebody registers, it'll look and see, have they been submitted for a background, have they had a background check within 5 years? If the answer is no, they're going to go to your submittal for you to submit them. If the answer is yes, then they're not going to get submitted. So it'll check every time you post their registration to see, do they go to the submittal for a recheck or not? And
So
what, I'm 7 minutes over, so.
So there's one that if they put the wrong social security number in, that means you can have to create a new profile and rerun it? Or
No.
it runs itself because of the address, driver's license, it checks.
Right, so remember what I said we do. We do a criminal search, a county search, a social security validation, identity check, county check. So these county records and criminal records, they don't have social security numbers in them. We're using the social security number to do the validation check, to see if you're who you say you are, to see what names you have used, what previous addresses you've lived at. If you submit Sandra Trevino with the wrong social security number and no criminal records come back, Sandra Trevino has no criminal records. But if you submit Bubba Smith, I just keep going back to Bubba Smith. You submit Bubba Smith with the correct social security number, it's going to give you an error that says this doesn't belong to Bubba Smith. But also you didn't get a good background check. So if somebody's social security was wrong, you don't need to resubmit them. You just need to correct their social security number in the system. But if you submit somebody with the name wrong or spelled wrong, then you need to contact us on how am I going to get another background check on that person. Contact us at Membership Standards, because you're probably going to have to enter a new person profile, but there's a problem where you can't merge them. Anyway, contact us on those case by cases. Don't resubmit them for wrong social security number, just correct it in the system. Good?
Hey Sandy, why don't you tell them all what your new position is?
Membership standards. So I help councils I provide them with the guidance on criminal background checks, whether they should deny somebody or revoke somebody. If they say, hey, my Cub Master for PAC 10 was arrested in a porn sting this weekend, I help the scout executive and guide them on what their next steps, what they need to do. I work with PR. If the council needs a media statement, We work with law enforcement. We have been working very diligently with the legal. We are part of legal department, but we are working very diligent with them on claims that are being filed with the bankruptcy. And we work with First Advantage. We're the ones that work with them on the contract and what kind of background checks we are performing. So there's still membership involved, but it's more, instead of registration, it's more membership standards of leadership and membership.
A lot.
All right. All right, so here's the deal. I'm sorry. Thank you all for staying a little bit over. So we are back on time. Thank you. And so we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. And just remember, tomorrow's a long day. We're gonna go 8:30 to 2. We'll probably take 2 10 to 15 minute breaks in there. So it's gonna be a working lunch so that we can get everybody out of here by 2 o'clock Central Time and we can attend our town hall meeting. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.